take it out of the house, maybe. If I don't know how he has it run. Maybe if he's. I think upstairs he was doing matrices, so that wouldn't work. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah. So he's sending through the stereo bus. That's silly. Anyway, hey, 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. You getting it?
Yeah, let me make a few adjustments.
Okay.
Try again.
Hey, 1 2 1 2 1 2. All right.
I can't get them to respond to me, but
Laura, can you hear me, or is somebody there? 1 2. Hey, hey. If you could, I don't know if anybody can hear me over there. Just type in some stuff in the CC. Hey, 1 2. 1 2. Hey, 1 2. I guess 1 2 1 2. Hey, hey, 1 2. Check. Hey, 1 testing 1 2. Okay, great, wonderful. Caption test. All right, you can hear me. Perfect. Thank you so much. Awesome.
no response on the chat. But
Yes.
I can see the volume.
Roger's on his way back down.
That's all good.
Hopefully,
that is not really focusing on human. It's not really putting human in the center. That's a fallacy. What it really does, well, yes, it's promising choice to us, but that choice is really limited. You can only choose better privacy settings. Well, if they were privacy, but they are not even about privacy settings. But still, we remain within the same deeply commercialized paradigm, where we have to accept that the key core central deal is to exchange data for a service. And that deal is not fair. Many of us accepted it long time ago because I believe we were not fully aware of the amount of data that is actually flowing in this transaction. We probably imagined something along these lines, that we feed the system with the data of our choice, that we tell it what we want the system to know about us. But by now, obviously we know that the reality is different, is much more complicated. The key element of this transaction is something that Shoshana Zuboff defined as behavioral surplus. And in this tech bubble, we've been discussing this flow of data for a very long time. This is the whole number of metadata observations made about humans, how we move, how we interact, how we click, how we think, how we react to content that is presented to us. And this is what really feeds these systems with real knowledge. This is what gives its power over us humans, because it generates these observations generated by billions of people at that point. They really generate extremely valuable knowledge about humankind. It's a big word, but I think that's exactly what it is. And when you go deeper in that knowledge, this is when it gets really interesting. This is when you find all these predictions, all this intelligent guessing, all the inferred hidden data that we would never agree to reveal, like our health condition, our psychometric profile, our vulnerabilities, life changes, life choices, difficult situations we go through, all sorts of vulnerabilities that can be used and are used against us. Obviously, we know why this knowledge is generated. It is generated for the sake of influence. It is there for commercial actors to come with money, buy tools like targeted advertising, or buy plays in the newsfeed that we will watch, and influence us, influence our choices. This is not a fair deal. In this deal, we are constantly observed on one hand and constantly targeted on the other hand. We understand this by now, but do we really accept this? I don't, and that's why I suggest that we move to something else. But before we move to something else, this is more or less how I see existing data ecosystem, the deeply commercialized one. When service is just a small screen for influence. Service is just something that we are seduced with, that we are attracted with to play this game. But really, we are the targets, and we are constantly being influenced. And our data is used as a tool of power against us. This is something that we want to depart from. But it's very tricky how to leave that condition. It's very tricky for yet another reason, which can be summarized in the following way. That the same powerful actors, the same dominating companies today control both the storage of your data, all the data you generate, and all the data that is generated about you, all the content you put in the system, and the interpretation of this data, the story that is told by this data. I came up with this very simple way of explaining it thanks to Amir Baradaran, an artist and storyteller based in New York, who helped me with this in one brainstorm. So I owe this to Amir. And I think it's a great way of explaining the very complex power that we are subject to. Yes, right now, storage and story is controlled by the same entity, but it doesn't have to be this way, right? I can imagine that there is a split between the two. There is a crack in which we can start introducing new actors, like ourselves. We can start creating different types of, well, maybe not services, maybe experiences that are not services, that are between the data stored by one entity and a story told by another, or a story told by us. This is the kind of shifting power that I really want to see. And then, if that happens, I can imagine that the new data ecosystem starts delivering value, not service. That we stop thinking in these deeply commercialized terms, where it's all about the service. Let's imagine the world without the business models. I think it should also be possible, not to eliminate them, but just not to get stuck in thinking that we need a business model for everything. What about solving societal problems? We have so many of them, right? And we've been dreaming about data becoming a tool for these solutions. How about we just start doing it? Or how about delivering a very personal value to us? Something that like playing with data, like being creative with data, being playful without thinking immediately of us as consumers who will create new services. I think that new roles, new patterns of using data should become possible if only we create a product, we create a space, and we get control over data. Sure, I mean, it gets complicated in this point. I'm aware of this. So in my picture of a better data ecosystem, data clearly remains in the center, clearly is an important element of the whole thing, but the power dynamics around this and the potential roles and patterns of using it can be very different. They could be very different if we got the real control over data. I'm not going to give you today answer for how to get there. If I had it, I would come with a final solution, and I'm coming with some form of a roadmap, hoping that also we as a movement, not as individuals sitting in closed rooms, but as a movement can come up with some. But I have one idea that I can test, something that we can imagine as possibility on the way, which I call regulated API. I'm thinking about new type of interface which opens access to data that is now controlled by the dominant platforms, by the biggest players. And that access to data becomes non-discriminatory, becomes open to everybody who wants to play with data, be creative with data, create own services, question the existing services. Why I'm saying this, why I need a new API if all of you know this, we have APIs for developers that work quite well for the market. That's exactly the problem. We have APIs that work for the market, for commercial services, that transfer money from developers to dominating platforms. If I don't want to talk about money, if I want to imagine non-commercial solutions, then I'm stuck in a user role. I'm stuck in a role of somebody who is sitting in a passive position with these privacy settings and can only click yes or no, or go away. I want a different situation. I want API that can give access to us as users, well, maybe not local users, maybe problem solvers, or simply citizens, and also give access to public service providers who have the courage to offer non-commercial solutions. We need a regulator in this game, because without a regulator, I'm afraid that the existing dominant companies will simply fool us into something which is not a truthful picture of the data they generated about us. It's not a full picture. The third layer I was showing you on the graph is still invisible, it's still non-transparent, and I want to see it. I want to be able to correct it, to discuss with it, to modify the story that is told about me based on my data. And for that thing, I need this new API. And if we have it, if we have that situation where we control data and where we have some kind of interface which is independent from existing dominant players, then we can imagine different use cases. I can imagine a municipality solving transportation problem with Uber data. I can imagine a healthcare provider learning from Google search data about the next disease coming up and enrolling vaccination programs. And I can imagine myself correcting my profile to get better newsfeed of my choice. And I can imagine us as movement creating non-commercial solutions that might modify newsfeeds of all sorts, not just on Facebook, but basically the content people receive, modify algorithms that curate this content to solve certain problems, like disinformation, or hate speech, or gender issues, or LGBTQ issues. We could solve them by curating content in a different way, if we can access this data ecosystem as active agents, as co-creators, and not just passive users. So this kind of scenarios I have in mind when I imagine this new deal on data. And yes, I do think it is possible. I think it must be possible. The question here is whether it will be possible as a market-driven project, something with commercial business in mind, or whether it has to be a political project. If that's the latter, if we think about this as a political project, then we need somebody to deliver it. I cannot right now think of any better place than European Union And honestly, if they propose a Green New Deal, why wouldn't they propose New Deal on data? Or maybe one deal on data-driven economy, which includes ecology, which includes other societal problems, and solves them all together as one package. I think it's clearly an ambitious project, but a realistic one. We only need to generate some political will, and this is my job, this is what I'm doing in Contact College. Thanks for listening, and I hope we can discuss the roadmap together.
So we can now open it up to audience Q&A. If anyone has any questions for Katarzyna? I think it's such a good job. Everybody has. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good job.
Well, it might come by the way.
So I'm more than sure that companies won't be willing to give their hard-earned data just for free. So how would you kind of incentivize people to be aware of it and to make politicians aware of it as well? Because politicians tend to be not up to date usually, most of the time. So how would we do that? Because that requires a lot of effort. I don't expect you to answer it perfectly and to know all the answers, but it would be encouraging to know at least somehow how would we do that.
Thanks, good question. Yes, I don't have all the answers, but I have some. First, we have GDPR, we have data protection law that actually gives us even today right to fully access all the layers of this profile I was drawing. It just doesn't work because companies refuse it, but the law is already there. So if we come to this ecosystem, if we start using these APIs as data subjects, as people who come to access own data, companies cannot really say no. They already have legal obligation to reveal it, to even move it if we request. They just don't do it or do it partially. So on one hand, it is about using existing laws, but in a more forceful way, or putting another form of supervision, another regulator for this digital market to basically force them to do so. On the other hand, it is about a new form of market regulation. You can think about energy or gas or broadcasting, different markets that were regulated in the past in a similar way, where a regulator was created to supervise it and say, hey, certain harms caused by the current ecosystem have to be prevented. And that thinking is quite mature, and it's quite mature on both sides of the Atlantic. I keep seeing headlines also in US-based media about, well, chopping them up, breaking them up. I'm not a big fan of this scenario. I think we should rather leave the data where it is, in a sense that I don't want to destroy the knowledge generated by these platforms. I want to be able to build on their infrastructure something better and more humane and more delivering value to us. So even without destroying these existing structures, we can expect them to share a lot of the knowledge they generate under this paradigm that, you know, either regulators come and destroy them, or they start delivering some kind of societal value. And that thinking is quite mature. Also in European Commission, when you see the current composition of it, there is Margaret Vestager, quite famous for having that thinking also in past 5 years. So I think politically, it's becoming really realistic that we have that move, that push.
Oh, we'll bring a microphone over to you.
Thank you. I'm very uncomfortable about the idea of people controlling their data. Companies like big data because they consider it more objective, because the data we put online, we often lie, particularly about sensitive issues like race and sex and other issues. Could you just talk about how you see us controlling our data so that the data can be objective and we're not just lying to everybody?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think it's so easy to lie these days. I think that's exactly why this system of power and influence works so well today, because even if we try to lie, even if we try to modify this first layer with some intelligent picture of ourselves, it's not really going to... The algorithms know that we lie. They know that we are different in reality. And for me, it's not about creating more space for us to lie or to avoid, showcasing our real selves. It really is about us controlling how that knowledge is then used, right? I have nothing against this knowledge being generated. I have something a lot against this knowledge being used to influence me without my consent and awareness. So that's why I'm advocating for control. I'm not advocating for control to help people hide or help people avoid being visible online. The control mechanism I have in mind is really about deciding how that knowledge about us can then become useful for society rather than for these companies. And it doesn't have to be a individual controlling her data. It doesn't have to be all of us extremely busy every day, using data management systems. I don't buy this scenario. I rather think about some forms of data trust or collective organizations, non-profit organizations that we trust. We let them know how we want to be managed, our data, how we want to manage it, and they do it for us. I think that's a new service model or non-profit model, depends which one you prefer, that can be really generated.
Do we have time for one more? We have time for one more. Yeah, right here in the front.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to explore a bit more where you see politically that this is going to be picked up most. In the US, there is a bill now being floated or thought about regarding data portability, which is building sort of on what's in the GDPR regarding data portability. On the other hand, we see the new commission in the EU talking a lot about legislation regarding AI-related things. Which part do you think this, as a political movement, would link in most strongly?
I strongly believe that we have to think about both of them, and they have to be in communication. These companies mostly are based or come from the US, but they also operate in Europe, and they will not ignore Europe. Europe is still far too big and a wealthy market to be ignored. So it probably has to be a dialogue or a concert of these two major powers. European Union also has something else on the table, which is called the Digital Services Act. I believe we will talk about more about this tomorrow in a panel with actually a person from the European Commission working on that thing. So that's the first political, realistically speaking, moment or place where we can expect some of these changes to be introduced, not all of them. I use this metaphor with having digital emperors. Today it's Facebooks and Googles of this world. They behave like emperors, and we can either impose constitution on them, and that's the next coming legislation from the EU, or we can take some power from the emperors, hopefully removing the emperors at some point. That second shift in power is far more difficult, and I think that's the next deal together with the US. Some kind of breaking up, some kind of functional separation, like I suggest, data from service or data from interface layer. I really think it's doable and thinkable.
Nice. Well, I think that's a good note to end on. Katarzyna Szemyelewicz, everyone give her a round of applause.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for talking. Yeah. So up next, we have two panelists talking with me about the algorithmic gaze. So obviously, people make algorithms, and people are really crappy. So their crappiness enters those algorithms. So we're going to talk about how bias can enter algorithms. So I'd like to invite up on stage Guillaume and Kanju. Are they back there? Oh, here they are here. Give them a round of applause. How are you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. Jansu, I already so Jansu Janja.
Yes.
Pardon me, sorry about that.
Fine.
So Jansu is the founder and director of the AI Ethics Lab. She also has a PhD in philosophy and ethics, and she's formerly a lecturer at the University of Hong Kong, which is pretty cool. Also researcher at Harvard Law, Harvard Medical School, is a lot to name there. And then Guillaume Chalot is founder of algotransparency.org, a foundation dedicated to showing the effects of algorithms. He's also a Mozilla Fellow, funnily enough, and he also worked at Google back in the day on YouTube. And you did a lot of research on YouTube after you left there. So I want to kind of start with a kind of softball question, but it'll be kind of a good level-setting question. What exactly is an algorithm, and what would you say is not an algorithm, if that makes sense?
Yeah, so
Basically, an algorithm is just a piece of software that take inputs and gets output. So right now, the algorithms that control the internet, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, know everything about us, every single interaction we had with the system, and they use this past to try to predict the best interaction. And then they have this definition of best interaction. What's the goal of the AI? It has a goal, and it tries to achieve this goal.
Nice. And then Johnson, so what would you say is the difference between an algorithm and full-on AI?
I don't think I should answer this. I think it's still a Guillaume's question.
Oh, sorry. Well, Guillaume, if you want to take that one.
So, sorry, can you repeat?
The difference between, let's say, just like artificial intelligence and just an algorithm.
Yeah, I think artificial intelligence is just a fancy way to say algorithm. It's like a complex algorithm. And we use artificial intelligence now for neural networks because it's a bit more complex, but it's basically an algorithm that does tasks that were usually done by humans.
Nice. And then one thing I like to think about, what exactly do we mean when it comes to ethics in AI? Because we have technology we build, we don't think of the ethics of a microwave. But artificial intelligence, there's ethics there. So when we're talking about ethics in AI, what do we mean? What are we talking about?
So basically, when we say ethics, what we are talking about is what is the right action to take in any given circumstances, and also what is the right policy to implement. So when you talk about microwaves, for example, the ethics question would come in as like, what are the right things to do with the microwave? Like, you shouldn't microwave your cat. It's wrong.
That's true.
So there will be an ethical question there. But you don't implement anything ethics related into the microwave because microwave doesn't make decisions. Whereas with the AI systems, because they are taking into value considerations into account, there is a place where the ethical decision-making goes into the AI as well as into the user or into the platforms that are using these AI systems.
Nice. I think that's a good point. I think another thing that's kind of hard about working with AI is that, going back to the microwave, I can see a microwave right there, and there it is. But AI feels a little bit more amorphous. Like, you can't really touch AI. Like, is it kind of hard to regulate it in a way because we can't really see it? Is it all around us, like, the Force, like Star Wars? Is that?
Well, I would sort of disagree with the this time with the microwave analogy there, in the sense that, you do see AI, the systems that use AI, right? So, your phone is a very good example of a whole bunch of AI systems. Yes, you don't see exactly the code inside, but in a similar way, you don't see how the molecules work in the microwave. So it's not that you have to. You are looking at the product. If you're looking at the product, you can talk a lot about how this product should be ethically developed, designed, researched, and all those things. Again, when you go one layer in, as you are coding it, you will still have these value trade-offs that you are going to implement, by which I mean, by the way, let me try to explain this a bit more concretely. Like, I hate that example, but the self-driving car example. Yes, if you are factoring in under which conditions the car should react which way, that is a value decision. I don't think self-driving cars is a good example in the sense that it takes too much of our conversation with too little substance, but in the sense that showing how value comes into the decision-making of the system, I think it's a good example.
Yeah, I think it's interesting having you both on stage because one of you is an engineer and one of you is a philosophy master know-all. Why are both important when it comes to talking about AI? Why are both sides of that important?
Well, I think when we are saying AI should be good or AI should be ethical, really that sentence has two aspects. The AI, which people like Guillaume are expert on, and then when you say it should be good, it should be fair, well, then you are immediately entering into the philosophy discussion. We've been dealing with this all in many other fields. It's not like we suddenly faced with these questions, how are we going to create ethical products, or how are we going to create ethical systems? Our public policy has been dealing with these questions, public health has been dealing with these questions, environmental considerations. All of these are questions about what is good, what is fair. We have a huge literature, both theoretically and in applied, in philosophy. And I think, if we don't make use of that literature and try to rediscover what ethics means, we are really losing time.
So and also, like in the Silicon Valley, the mentality has been like, okay, we are reinventing everything, so we are just going to make everything new, and we forget about the past, and we don't like take into account like lessons of history, lessons of philosophy, all that. Like people were too busy like focusing on optimizing algorithm to care about these things, and we see a lot of the problems we encounter on the web right now. They have been solved in the past, so we need to learn those lessons to solve them again, even if the tools are different.
Yeah, I want to talk about what you just said a little bit, because you have worked on the YouTube product, you have studied YouTube in the form that it's in now, and you mentioned that we can look to history to see similar problems. But we've never seen a point in history where a video player suddenly is upending democracy and controlling what people think. So when you studied YouTube, what aspects there kind of rang true throughout all of history, and what are some new aspects that you discovered? Does that make sense?
What aspects?
Yeah, what aspects were problems you saw in history in the past over and over again?
Oh, yeah.
And then what things were new problems that came about with this specific
So I think
player?
it was mostly problems that we saw over and over that appeared on algo transparency, like conspiracy theories, hatred, radicalization. So you see that, radicalization is really good for engagement. And we saw that's the lesson of the 20th century. If there is one lesson, is that when you radicalize people, they get very engaged. And then if you have an algorithm that maximizes engagement, then of course you maximize radicalization.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit. Oh, did you want to add to that?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
I think, just following up, when you think about the problems that you've been dealing with YouTube and the radicalization, again, they are really, really like old school problems. We always had the propaganda issues, we always had the hate speech issues, we always had the radicalization and engagement issue, in the sense that, well, why do you think that the TV shows are sort of catering to this feeling? Because they know next time you're going to turn on that TV at that time, because you enjoyed feeling this common enemy and going against it, right? The only thing that is significantly different is the scale and how everywhere it happens. Like you could be somewhat prepared when you turn on a political TV show or a newspaper, but you might be really in a very passive and vulnerable mindset when you are just scrolling through Facebook before sleep. And that is this a little bit of a sinister aspect that creeps in, I think.
That's a really good point. I mean, one thing as you talk about that, what I think of, and it's kind of a curveball, but it seems like technology, we're really good at solving problems if we want to solve a certain task, but problems that we've already had, technology seems to make it even more hyperbolic and kind of really bring it out. It seems like we're really good at solving tasks, but not so good at solving the problems that we've always had. You're a philosopher. You're the smartest person on stage. Why is that? Why?
I'm gonna get off stage now.
why does this keep on happening?
I mean, one answer is because with the technology, a lot of the times we are not trying to solve these problems. We are trying to build another product. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but as we are building another product, we know these problems are there, and we sort of don't care. In the meantime, they get bigger. So yes, we are trying to make sure that you spend more time on YouTube or you engage more on Twitter. And we know, there are issues about the hate speech and conspiracy and all of those radicalization, but the goal is not to solve them. Like if we had a product that actually tries to solve them, that's a different question. Then we can talk about, well, is it possible? In which ways can we go around it? And in a lot of the times, engineers say, when we talk about these things, they say, well, look, your job is to solve the social problems in the social realm, and once you solve them, we will not have any problems anyway, because things will be cleared from. And yes, in some sense, but I mean, I think 2,000 years, more than 2,000 years of history told us that that's not going to happen. So we might as well like join forces and try to solve it in both ways. And there is a feedback loop, right? So that also is very important.
Yeah. And again, you are an engineer, so like, is it the case
He didn't tell me that.
Okay, yeah, backstage. So is it true that, folks on the inside are only prioritizing for more views, more views, more views? Is there anyone on the inside like, guys, could we not like screw everything up?
Yeah, so, well, no, short answer, no.
That's pretty terrifying.
So when I've been there and I tried to talk about some issues like about filter bubbles and how we can solve these issues, I realized that a lot of engineers were really interested into the social aspect of it and how we can improve that. But then when you go to the management and you have like 5 layers of hierarchy, and each time at each layer they have their KPI, they try to optimize watch time and number of users, etc. And you talk to them about something else, it's like you're talking a different language. So it's not like they don't try to solve it. It's not that they fail at solving these problems, that they don't even try.
Yeah.
And I mean, there are always, so I have this self-selected group that I engage with, right? Because I talk to people who already contact me, and they contact me for a reason. So I know that there are a lot of people in big companies and in startups that are really concerned about ethical issues. In the big companies, I think, yes, the main problem is they might be concerned in this one particular team, but if whatever they do doesn't go through all the way, then it's sort of like a wasted effort of theirs. And with the startups, yes, you can actually really help them get on the right track. But the problem is, well, are they going to be strong enough to compete in the end in the market? And of course, there is this other question, well, if the market doesn't have the fair competition in the sense that some don't care about ethics and some try, well, you are sort of pushing those who care to be in a disadvantaged position from the start.
Yeah, I mean, competition is such a good point. I mean, what are the other video players that are competing with YouTube?
I mean, Facebook on TV, basically, they see their competition as ways to solve.
Nothing. So I want to talk, we've talked a lot about YouTube, but I want to talk about AI in its other forms, because AI seems to be so pervasive nowadays. It's not just Google's video player. Like, AI affects law enforcement and how they do their job. It affects government and things that go on there. I even think of like banking nowadays, like 401ks that are kind of run by robo-advisors. Do you want to speak to how AI affects everything, not just the phones that live in our apps? I mean, the apps that live in our phone. Wow.
I mean, yeah, although I do assume that everyone here is sort of aware of these things, but I can tell you a couple of the ways that they affect. So, for example, in law enforcement, well, first of all, whenever you have the collaborations between big companies and the government, there's something to be careful about, because you are really joining two types of very strong forces. One has all the data about you and knows a lot, and the other one has the basically the only legitimate power for coercion and force. So combining them is very scary. And when you go to these domains, you realize that the people who are going to employ the AI systems actually have no idea what they are supposed to be doing. They are as lost. So they would choose AI systems, algorithms, basically because the next guy chose that one. And they would have absolutely no idea how to evaluate it. And that's terrifying, because if you have a law enforcement agent really trying to do the right thing but has absolutely no idea how to go about it, there's a problem. So what we try to sort of do is find ways, both procedurally and in terms of adding the expertise, for them to be able to a little bit more insight about what these systems offer and what they don't offer, where they actually are really weak.
Yeah. Do you want to add that at all? Or?
Yeah, just what I want to add is that you have all these systems, and sometimes they are there to help you, and sometimes they are not there to help you. They are there to try to trick you. So an example of that that everybody uses is Uber. So there is a search algorithm. So depending, is a search algorithm trying to help you to match the offer on demand to get more drivers on the street? Or is a search algorithm just trying to make you pay more? And everybody thinks, oh, it's trying to help you, it's trying to just get more driver on the street. But when you compare your price that you pay and you compare the price that the driver receives, you see that often the surge goes entirely to Uber. So a lot of times an algorithm that you think is trying to help you is actually trying to steal your money.
That's pretty depressing. So with that in mind, like, what are some things, and this I think will be the last question before we open it up to audience Q&A, but what are some things companies can do right now? I mean, unfortunately, they're always going to prioritize profits, but if they were able to put making billions aside, what are some things they can do right now to make AI more fair?
Do you want to start?
Yeah, so what I've been advocating is transparency. So if we look at this Uber example, we see that if we would know exactly what the driver make and what the user make, then people will see where the money goes. So Uber couldn't steal money at all. With YouTube, it's the same. If they are transparent about what they recommend, if they start recommending something that ethically, like philosophers and others, like just users, think is wrong, then we'll detect it really fast and we stop that. But what happened is that YouTube recommended like pedophile videos and all kind of really scary things for years, and nobody noticed because there was no transparency. So we need much more transparency.
Mm-hmm. And I would say that what I advocate and try to push for is to really add this ethical problem solving from the very beginning of the research phase all the way through the designing and development and deployment of AI systems. And it's sort of like what Guillaume is advocating helps me in some ways, because the incentive is the problem with my approach. Like, how do you, if companies are already concerned, that's great, then you have an entry point. But if they are not concerned, then they just shrug and they say, well, we'll deal with it when, when people ask us, why did you screw up, we'll just say, oh, sorry, we didn't think about that, we'll do better next time. Whereas if they are forced to have some more transparency, then there is incentive for them to say, well, let's just do it from the beginning rightly so that we don't have things blowing up later on.
It's a good point. Hopefully more companies do it right from the start. So if we want to do any questions from the audience, we can do that right now. Anybody have any questions for Jansu or Guillaume? Yeah. Do you have a microphone that's going around? Yeah. How's it going?
Yeah, good, man. Question for Guillaume. I'm a big fan of your work. I've been following your YouTube. From a policy perspective, what are you advocating for? What should our lawmakers be thinking about, particularly in regard to dealing with user-generated content at that kind of scale?
Yeah, so in order not to impact free speech, I think transparency is really the best. So for instance, transparency of outcomes, not transparency of what the code is. So we don't need to know what it does, but we need to know what the impact of the algorithm. So for instance, how many times did the algorithm recommend this or this person? How many times did the algorithm recommend Alex Jones? How many times did they recommend CNN? And then we can see if the algorithm is biased. Conservatives say that the algorithms are biased against them. If we would have this transparency, we would know if it's the case or not.
We have a question up here. Microphone. And then one in the back after.
Hi. So we've had now for a bit more than a year this explosion of ethical principles for AI.
Yeah.
80 or more of those exist, government, corporate, etc. Obviously, these have been criticized for being nice, but how do I actually implement them? Where are the teeth? Now there's a move from standard-setting organizations and from other groups to try to translate some of these into technology standards or into certification kinds of things. What do you think will be necessary in order to make those kinds of efforts into something that actually gets picked up and used to have real impact?
Well, I think the main question to answer for being able to do that is, what's the goal? I mean, yes, we know the goal is to get the ethical AI or AI systems to be ethical, but what is the one level below goal. So if we are trying to write regulations, yes, it helps to, by the way, yes, we have over 80 sets of principles, which actually can be summarized into 4 principles, and those principles, we have been using them since 1979, when it was developed for research ethics. So nothing new has been discovered. I don't know why companies keep writing new ones, with different wording. It makes absolutely no sense. But there is two ways that you can operationalize them. One is within the company. They sort of, okay, here are the principles. Respect individual agency. Do good for the people and for the society. Reduce harm, and have social justice. Super broad, right? There is nothing that is clearly action guiding. Yes, they are good in terms of thinking about these are the areas that you should have ways to secure these results. So you should think about those. But for regulations, you can think about them and have set the regulations. And for within the company, I think what you need to think about these principles is they are going to clash. Privacy versus accuracy is going to clash. So what are you going to do? If within the acceptable trade-offs, so nothing going completely off immoral, but within the acceptable trade-offs, are you going to prioritize complete privacy, or are you going to prioritize, well, this is going to help people? What are you prioritizing within the company? So in terms of, they will help for strategy within the company, and they would help for regulations, but we really didn't have to spend the last year writing 80 versions of the same thing.
And I think we have one last question in the back right there, and then that's all the time we have for today. Oh. Sorry about that.
I think here at MozFest, we probably find on the stage, in the audience, there's a fairly common mindset. We're all gathered here to think about similar sorts of issues. How do we all collectively reach out to the people that are, shall we say, most responsive to populist politics at the moment?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
It's a good question. Would you answer?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
that was a good philosopher's move right there. I like that.
Yeah, I think, in the first step is to understand, their mindset and what they are scared about. Populists, they use fears to make people act, basically. So if you understand what people are scared of, then you can understand why they get tricked by AI. So, for instance, I noticed that there were these scary videos that were tricking people into going into some type of populist thinking. And when you understand these pathways, when you have more transparency, you understand the pathways, you look at the pathways, and then you use that to counter the narrative that was in the pathway.
I think that's all the time we have. Thank you guys so much, Cansu, Guillaume.
Thank you.
We get a round of applause for these folks. Thanks for talking to me today. All right, so next up, the panel is Great Code, Great Responsibility. That's at 12:45. That's not happening right now. So I'll see you guys at 12:45. Hey guys, welcome back to MozFest 2019, the 10th anniversary. Also this month is London Black History Month, which is awesome. So unfortunately, Francesca Bria was going to give a talk, but she no longer can make it, but you should still check out her project Decode online. Instead, we have a panel for you today called Great Code, Great Responsibility, including Kathy Pham and Batange and Demo. So if you guys want to come on stage right now, you guys can give them applause. Thanks for joining me.
Of course.
Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
I'm just playing around. Okay, so just to introduce these guys. Kathy previously worked at Google on the Google Health team. She also worked at the White House United States Digital Service. Currently, though, she's at Harvard's Kennedy School, where she teaches a course on product management and society. She's definitely qualified to talk about Great Code, Great Responsibility. She's also a Mozilla Fellow. And Ndemo is a professor of entrepreneurship at University of Nairobi. He's also chairman of Distributed Ledgers and AI. He's also senior advisor to the UN, and he has a lot other credentials, but he told me don't even list them all because it's too many to name. So I'll stop it right there. But yeah, I want to talk to you guys about the infamous Spider-Man quote, great code, great responsibility. And I think just to kick it off, when we talk about what's wrong on the internet today, whether it be misinformation, tracking, biased algorithms, some people suggest like policy fixes and laws. What do you guys advocate for? How do we go about kind of fixing some of these things? Anyone can start, by the way.
Yes. It's actually very difficult to say that policymakers alone can just sit down and do that. I used to be in policymaking, and the way we did it was to enable innovation to take place, and then we can look at which areas we can put some regulations. Even now, as we work through AI and these other emerging technologies, we're looking at how can we have legal sandboxes and build something. Because what has happened when GDPR went through in Europe, African governments began to shut down the internet by putting laws like or taxes on social media and completely stifling innovation. So there is a huge balance that we need to balance between innovation and the policy making in this space. I've always said that religion would be so boring if there wasn't Satan. So a little bad is good.
A little bad is good. Wow.
Yes.
You're on the panel called Great Code, Great.
Yeah.
So Kathy, do you want to talk about the question for us as well?
I think we need, it's an ecosystem, right? We need the policymakers, we need the developers, we need leadership, we need the individual contributors. I'm going to circle back to the policy piece at the end. I think of, one, the code we write now affect products that are deeply rooted in all of our lives. We can't just say we build technology and maybe it impacts society. It's all one, like all the technology, like the code we write impact all parts of society, whether it goes in the airplanes that took you here to this event or the platforms that give you the information that we read, a number of places. And I think that's where, as a computer scientist, when we write code, there's a lot of responsibility in recognizing how it's used, but also, I always go back to, there's this book that a lot of people who study computer science or software engineers read. I hate the title, but it's called The Mythical Man Month. And part of that, there's a whole section there on why people get into software because we like having a very malleable medium. So like a not malleable medium is like a foundation for a house. When you set the foundation, it's really hard to change the foundation. But with code, you can change a variable. You can change something in your code to say, if number of prison sentences is greater than 5, do this pretty quickly and deploy the code out, and it can change, especially in the world with like cloud computing, et cetera. And so there's a lot of responsibility there because we work in a medium that's really easy to change and really quickly to change. And when you can write code and have it in front of people and in front of groups pretty readily. And so there's so much responsibility there of what to think about how that happens. And I think on the regulation piece, we need people there also to help us think about when we don't write our code well or impact societies in ways that we don't understand. There are other safeguards there, but at least in the United States, we don't have people in those positions who can make those policies very well.
Yeah, I mean, I think about, computer science education in the classroom level, and you guys both have worked in the classroom extensively. What are some things that computer science education is getting right and also getting wrong?
Well, you can't say that we have a responsibility to inculcate culture in students at university level. I always say that culture, ethics is actually culture. I mean, where you grew up and how you are brought up. So we all have responsibility as parents before you even talk at university level. Of course, the universities and corporates have a responsibility also in the sense that they can build an ethical culture within that space, and people begin to understand the role of ethics in an organization.
Yeah. So part of Mozilla, we fund something called the Responsible Computer Science Challenge. Can you raise your hand in the room if you are part of that? And then raise your hand if you're not part of that, but you also teach ethics or responsibility in computing in some form or passion. Because we have some folks there as well. Yeah, it's, and you mean you're talking about education specifically. I think 100% culture. We have this culture, I think, where at least in university we kind of separate out. You come to university, you pick a field, you study computer science or social science or anthropology or philosophy or something else, and you go in your lane and you go do that really, really well. And I think how I've seen that manifest is now you have people who perhaps can scale a system and write really efficient code without much consideration for the societal impacts or how it impacts like the long history of race in the world, et cetera. And I think that's where we do have a shortcoming because we put people into lanes, and not all universities do that, but many do put people into lanes, and we develop this culture. And then within those lanes, we have hierarchies. There are majors that are viewed as, quote, smarter or better than other majors. Sometimes that's because when you graduate, you're paid significantly more. And now you have a hierarchy of majors with people who've now been put into their lanes, and that translates into a culture in the tech industry where you have engineering versus non-engineering, which is how some people are labeled in companies, which is so problematic, or software engineering versus support at other big tech companies. And I think the culture piece is a really big part of it. And where I do think maybe there's a sliver of hope, there are a good number of people who go into technology field because they do want to change the world, and perhaps the definition of what changing the world means, we can think about how to shift that.
Yeah, I want to hit on a few things you just mentioned, because you mentioned how malleable code can be. You're basically playing God when you're making certain products. And then you also have people on the outside telling you, you're the chosen one, you're the smartest person here, take the 6-figure salary, like you're the person. And you also mentioned the ways that race kind of can play into it. I know only from my own experience in journalism, there's not a lot of black people in newsrooms that I've been in. So in a sense, I feel a little humbled by my own background, and I'd imagine that's possibly true in tech. Could you speak to the effect of on the one side people telling you you're the chosen one, you're the most important person here, but on the other side knowing that's who you are and your makeup kind of makes you never feel like you're as important as you should feel. Does that ever have an effect on the things you make? What kind of effect does that have at all?
I feel like that's such a heavy reflection of my life and career.
In 60 seconds, you have to answer all of that.
Yeah. You mean me specifically, or the field of CS being told that it's the chosen one?
A little bit of both. Yeah.
So I think if it's just personal reflection, it's, when you study, at least in my university, when you study computer science, we had a prep meeting, we were talking about how it's oh, you study computer science or engineering, you must be really, really smart. Or if that person studied business, no wonder they have time to go out on the weekends to the football games. And it's such a reduced, ridiculous framing of things that's not even true, and that's not how the world works. But you're kind of told this over and over and over again. And then you go into a company and that carries on. And the second part of your question was how. What's the second part of that?
Well, I was asking, how this idea that you have this inflated ego, but then you're a little humbled by the fact that you're not like hot shit. I don't know if I can say that, but just like the duality of that versus like if someone doesn't have that, what kinds of products do they create? How does it affect what they make?
I think I paused there because I felt like I don't know if I ever had the inflated ego. It's like you're told that, and I think because I came from a family of refugees to the country, it was always for me like, ooh, this might mean I can just now get a job that is like a normal American job that can support my family. Yeah. And I don't know if that sense of inflated ego was there. It was more we're told this field is really, really great, and now I can use these skill sets since it seems like it's a really valuable skill set in the tech industry.
Yeah, and then Demo, anything you want to add? Like, how cocky are your students? Are they like telling you the answers like, no, you're wrong? Like have you seen any of that in students at your school? Have you seen that at all in your areas?
It's always the world humbles you, no matter what you've studied, where you come from. But when you come to the real world, you find that things are completely different from what you thought they would be. And that's what I can say with my students.
Yeah.
Actually, I just thought of something that I do think the sense of humility does come in when you're like, oh, you're told that these skill sets are the most important skills that you need. Everyone should learn how to code. Everyone should learn how to code. These are the skill sets that are the highest paying, the most important. And then getting to collaborate with the social scientists and the race and gender scholars and the people who've studied genocide in the world for decades, and having them really surface what your technology could do in a region when you never thought about those consequences before become really incredibly powerful, and really gets one thinking about, oh my gosh, how do we change the culture of our company such that these kinds of conversations are really normal and make it into all the product development and design.
But if you see the code schools that we are having now, which are non-traditional, the students who didn't go to college to do code, some of them have become so good that they humble those who have gone through the normal processes, meaning that code isn't what people used to think, that you have to go to Harvard or some other place or MIT to get it. I know some of the best coders who never went to college, but they do the work.
Yeah, same. I want to talk about something you mentioned earlier, and it's something we talked about when I saw you yesterday. You mentioned at the top that there's always like a little bit of evil out there, and the people who kind of make these things. But then, in contrast to that, you've talked about before. If you're working at a tech company, you may not always know the giant products you're working on. You may just kind of be following orders. I want to talk about the duality of good versus evil, not in the superhero sense, but in the sense of people who want to do good, people who want to do evil. I don't know if they exist. And then also the idea that if you're working at a tech company, you may not even know what you're producing until the whole puzzle is formed in front of you. Do you guys want to talk about that a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I said yesterday that, I said it in the introduction, that some evil is good, in the sense that the people who hack and then show you that you did nothing help you to build a better product. And in code, I think it's good that we continue to have problems, because in entrepreneurship we say the best opportunity is the greatest problem. Get the problem, solve it, and move forward. Without having those problems, you wouldn't have the whole industry of security. And that's why I say that you have created a whole cybersecurity industry because of fear that someone would break through and be able to do evil. So sometimes it plays a big role in terms of improving our product.
Yeah.
There's so many layers to this to me, and I think it's important to have the developers or the people just in companies that be trained for us to think critically and ask questions, because there's so many layers. So there's, for me, the good and evil, but then what if there's a group of people who generally believe we're doing good, but our training has just been in such a way where we don't recognize when we're doing evil. And so you're like, so that's a different kind of theory of change where like these people are already thinking they're doing good and they want to, but they're just not, versus the people that are like, I only care about making money, I only care about the technical aspects, I don't care about anything else, I only want to scale the system to be the fastest system that I can possibly build. And that's like a different kind of group as well. And they may be doing evil too, but like it's because they don't care about society issues and you need to. And they're like the, code is neutral base. And then you also have people, you mentioned, sometimes you're building something, but you don't know the big picture until later. And that's also complicated. You have different size companies, like small tech companies where you actually know what's going on. Then you have the much bigger companies where, for example, most single people don't know how all of Google search works, for example. It's like the Coca-Cola recipe, you just don't really know. So there's different layers of that too. And one last thing is there's a book now called IBM and the Holocaust that many people now know. And there's like a different lens there where we often talk about like consumer type companies or ones that create products that go directly to you. There are also these business to business companies where they develop products and it's sold to a certain entity. We're seeing that now, right, with the US government, or not just the US, but companies build technologies that get sold to governments, and we have to figure out what that means for all of us. And that's a different kind of control, because like you built something, and now it's sold, and depending on who it's sold to, it's used in different ways. So there's just lots of layers.
Yeah. I mean, one thing you were mentioning before about code is neutral. And Damo, yesterday you were telling me about this hand dryer, which only recognized white hands, which seems like a huge oversight when it's put out into the world. But I guess the people making it didn't do it on purpose, it just kind of never came up. Is that an area where code is neutral, or is that an area where it's just, what is that?
Everywhere there is bias. Even in this room there is bias. And when we create code, we should know that there is bias. Perhaps the person who did the machine learning for the dryer did it inadvertently or deliberately, that it was only going to dry white hands, or the person had white hands, and that's what they used to train it. I would say bias is all over the place. And the best thing on this subject is actually we create more awareness so that you actually know that there is bias and correct the bias.
I think that's actually a great point too, creating a culture, and I don't think we have this yet, where this exists in the technical side of the house, where the moment you recognize a problem, there's an entire like DevOps or SRE team at tech companies to recognize a problem and like they swarm on it and you reverse the problem. Like for the most part, most of the platforms you're on don't usually go down, but people are hacking it all the time. But it's because there's a whole team that will swarm on it to turn around and write a whole postmortem on it, and they fix it, and we don't even have that. We don't really have that yet for more societal kind of issues. And then on like the bias, he's bringing it down to the code level. I was having a conversation a few weeks ago with folks of when you're writing code, let's say you make decisions like, I'm going to make gender just like a Boolean field, which is like a binary on or off field, because that's what I view it as. And like later on, it's much harder to change because you're like, well, gender's only two things. Or like, what if your field, like your array for like skin tones is like 4, you just make it like the length of 4 or something. Because like that's what you think, and then like later on, you don't really think to change it, and now you have your ability to recognize like 4 levels of skin tones or something. And so like there are all these decisions. I think that's where for me, great code, great responsibility, where you're making all these small decisions when you're writing the code that ultimately affect a really, really big picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that Boolean true-false example is a great one. And you were mentioning before, or you were mentioning before, Kathy, about the swarms of team who will parachute in to fix the problem. Like, I think about the time where Google had that search. They've had a few search mistakes, but one was like, my car was stolen by white people, and then the suggestion was, did you mean your car was stolen by black people? And it's just definitely an oversight. No one did it on purpose, but they quickly changed that because it's super racist. But can you think of any times where something was blatant, but no one swooped in quickly to solve it?
I mean,
sorry to put you on. I was putting you on the spot, but
in general, I feel like that happens all the time.
Yeah.
So even like on the platform companies or just in general.
Yeah, like tech products or platform companies. I think like the hand dryer example is just like, okay, that's clearly like I almost have trouble seeing someone's like racing to fix it, because it feels like sometimes AI problems like that, some people don't want to admit that they had biases there.
I'm going to do a spin on your question, which is I think there are some things, let's just take platform companies, for example, that have been really blatant for certain communities. Let's say bullying on Twitter, for example. And it's blatant to some communities, and it took it affecting a much bigger community, or maybe like a more privileged community, for the company to pay attention. So I think the blatant question is sometimes, yeah, there are people who have been affected by it for a long time, but it took some kind of uproar, it took people really pointing it out, or even like someone's op-ed to really get the company to pay attention. And sometimes it also takes affecting the privileged population before they're, whereas you're like, people, we've been affected by this for years, and now you're paying attention.
Yeah, and then another thing I want to get back to with the hand dryer, because it's just so crazy to me. One thing we talked about in the last panel, and something I think about a lot, is this idea that we're just doomed to repeat the same problems over and over again with new toys. So, you know, in the 50s, United States, Jim Crow laws meant, you know, black people couldn't use this certain bathroom, this certain water fountain, this certain hand dryer. And then now it seems like that problem has resurfaced, not because there's a law that says it, but because the tech says no. Are we just doomed to repeat our problems forever, with like regardless of, not regardless, but regardless of, you know, what technology, what laws, everything? Are we just doomed to repeat these problems forever? It's a pretty heavy question.
I think it's a challenge that we must constantly build a capacity to notice such things and correct them. Whereas in the past it was more obvious that you could see code has changed it, and that's why I keep on saying that we must build substantial capacity to be able to know that there is bias here and we can correct it.
Since you mentioned Jim Crow, I'm going to call out Dr. Ruha Benjamin and her new, she has framed the term the new Jim Code. So for us, as we think about race and technology and how technology and code affect race, I don't have a good answers beyond, in many ways, code can just amplify society, and we just have to recognize that as we write code versus I'll just put my blinders on and write code, and like however society uses it, so be it. I don't think that code can't change society either. I think it can as well, but it also amplifies it, and just this recognition when we write code to know that we should take all of that into consideration.
Yeah.
There are actually a lot of code, especially in recruitment, where the recruitment completely ignores women or gives them different whatever, or in several ways. The same problems we have in society have been transferred into code. And the most important thing is that before a company uses the code for recruitment, it must be vetted to ensure that all the issues, gender, whatnot, is taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This will be the last question, and this is actually kind of looking to a future panel that we'll have tomorrow, but should it be on the government to do the vetting, or should it be on the company to do the vetting, or both, or like a third party separate from them?
I worked for government, and I wouldn't give it to government, because government is, there is what we call multi-stakeholder arrangements, where you bring multiple people to come and look at something. Government would smile and use it for other purposes, which are more complex than I can say here now.
Yeah, all of us, right? I think it's government and it's tech companies and it's different levels in the tech company. On the government side, I go back to we don't have the people in government, the same people who are building the technologies. There's not the same level of skill set of understanding of the technology in government to regulate with the type of nuance I think that's needed. And then in addition to regulation, how the laws and policies are enforced, I think is actually the much more important part, where you might have a policy out there, but how it's actually enforced. We need the people around who can do that. And people who make meaningful policies and have it make sense, not just like some new line in a law somewhere that's like, AI cannot be biased. And you're like, what does that even mean? And understand the nuance of what that is so you can really enforce that. Plus, we also can't just wait for people. And even if let's say they regulate us, where's the skill set to understand like how you fix your product, right? So we also need the people in the companies to understand how to build more responsible, better products through some version of internal regulation, top up, bottom down, users, everyone in the ecosystem.
And you used to work in government too, so you both are saying, I've worked in government, not government. Just give it to the people.
No, definitely. I didn't say not government.
Oh, okay.
I 100% think government has a role in this. I think regulation has a goal in this. Whether or not people are pro or against GDPR and how effective it is, it's there, and it sends us, at the very least, it sends a signal that there's a thing that requires you to be a little bit more responsible, or at least like let me know that cookies are on my site. Like I think like, there's at least like it's a starting point. I think government 100% has a role, and can be very powerful. I think just one of the shortcomings is we just don't always have the tech skill sets, and that's something governments across the world are grappling with. My capacity in government was more just in the United States. We built the United States Digital Service. People had been thinking about bringing tech skills into government for years. And then 1 year, healthcare.gov failed, and that was kind of like an impetus to bring more technologists in government. And it was, folks came in to specifically work on social service issues, but because people were in the room, they were asked to advise on things with policy and like executive orders and different things like that. So I 100% think government has a role in this. Okay, we just need the skill set.
I say in the fullness of time, technology finds solutions to problems. If you see fake media, there are emerging softwares which would actually tell you that this is fake media. When we go for policy to correct problems in technology, it usually happens too early before the whole development is done, and out of frustration that, oh, this is happening, even in places where we are the problem. If you look at what is available online, it's something that we have put there voluntarily, and not what has been collected by the government or some of the companies. So we are our worst enemies when it comes to online. But whenever there is something that requires correction, I think it gives a challenge that another company would come and create a solution out of it. And it usually happens, but when we go for policy, we kill the whole thing.
Got it. All right, well, that's all questions for me. If the audience has any Q&A questions, oh, sure, right there. I think we have a microphone. It's coming to you right now. Oh.
Hi, I love the idea of infusing ethics into code, but I'm wondering also if there should be some kind of partnership between the people who set the user requirements and the strategic direction of either the function or the enterprise, which then means, to me, you have to infuse ethics across all disciplines that ultimately affect code. How do you guys feel about doing something like that, infusing it across all disciplines?
We are actually seeing a lot more collaborations, a lot more people talking about multi-stakeholder approach to developing some solutions. And I think that is what would be more effective than the current processes that we are doing.
I think that there's work in that space now where it's yes to infusing ethics and responsibility across all disciplines, and yes to giving other disciplines that are not computer science disciplines some level of understanding of computer science or code, such that when they're thinking about law issues or human rights issues, there's also an understanding how code fits into that. I think is also really important. And I think also back to like how we're all in our own lanes, some of the ethics conversations, I think for me are also just social and race and justice conversations, and not ethics in maybe the traditional like philosophy sense. So even just bringing the people who study those things together with the tech people, that kind of is like thinking about tech in like an ethical way, even without those words. And so, yes, in agreement to everything you said.
Okay. Interdiscipline.
Yes.
Hello. I've been thinking a lot about unions lately. Do you think that
About
some
what?
sort
I'm
of
sorry.
unions,
Unions.
labor unions, tech labor unions, do you think that something like that could play a role in providing a check and balance in ethics?
Yeah, go for it.
Actually, yes, it's important. I was watching the US debate, and I think it's Elizabeth Warren who brought the issue and says she's going to have responsible capitalism where the unions would be part of the board. That would be very key in the sense that when they introduce like a recruitment software, the unions would vet and see what biases does it have and then correct it before it is used. I think it's important that we take that from responsible capitalism to responsible code and provide some solutions that fit.
Yeah, I think unions are very powerful. We're seeing now employees speaking up, tech workers coalition, et cetera. I also think it's important that the unions are not just like the software engineers that work in the companies, that they're all the people who are part of the entire tech ecosystem that make tech happen.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're only looking at, let's say, the ride-sharing companies, it's all the people who make tech happen, whether it's content and content like all those people that make tech happen, and that it's not just maybe perhaps the privileged folks in the unions and the dynamics that can come out of that. There's so much more that we probably should talk more about after this, but there's a lot to I think about there too.
I think the term is interdisciplinary, where everybody, a social scientist would ask a psychologist, would ask a tech person. That approach would solve the problems.
Any other questions out there?
This will be our last one.
I wanted to ask maybe a bit of a weird spin in where bias in technology or trained algorithms. Could you not also look at them as great mechanisms to surface formerly invisible types of discrimination? I've seen examples where, for instance, in recruitment, all of a sudden, because this became visible through technology, society more broadly became aware, wow, this is actually an evidence base for discrimination happening. Could you also not see that as a positive kind of signaling pattern recognition type role?
Yeah. You mean like by design it was biased, so therefore now the company's like, oh wow, look at this algorithm that was poorly designed, but it surfaced an issue, or that we should use it to surface issues?
Yeah, I guess, if out of training data, discriminatory patterns emerge, that's kind of a signaling role. So maybe you should think about what kind of correcting mechanism should we have once you identify that. Because else you may not have seen that ingrained discrimination that was there, but what was never signaled.
Actually, it's good. I would say in my country, there used to be statistics that we have taken care of gender. But if you look at the gender that has been taken care of, there are T-girls and other things, so that the percentage doesn't, so what they are talking doesn't involve, you don't see it at the top. It's only recently that people began to question, what do you mean by gender? So some definitions ought to be expounded so that you understand that when you're talking about gender balance, it must balance all the way and not at the bottom, then you apply it lying with statistics. And I think, yes, it is important that we are able to decipher some of the practices that happen without us knowing that they used to happen before.
I think this is such an interesting, so I spent, for fun, I spent a year and a half on Google's hiring team because I really wanted to know how hiring worked. And I think to some extent, yes, even AI aside, you can do really simple data analysis and you're like, wow, we pulled some data from our database and last year we hired 3 women and 800 men or something. And that's not a real number. No. But to something that it surfaced data points, right? And I think the added layer of if you're using that as a data point, great. But then if now you're having automated decision making around it without care for that actual bias, so I think in one hand, if it surfaces it and you use it for something, let's talk about how you're using it. But then if your system surfaces some kind of bias and all it does is feed it into some system that determines if someone gets social benefits or someone gets released from prison, for example, without that level of understanding that there is even bias, it gets really, really dangerous. So I think maybe to answer your question, adding the layer of automated decision making to it is where it can get really gnarly versus just, here's some data, I've surfaced some data for you, go and analyze it and figure out your system. I think the automated decision part is where it can get really dangerous.
Nice. Okay, I think that's all from this panel. Thank you, Kathy and Ndemo, for joining me today. Come back at 3:15 for the next talk and panel. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Doing the translation that shows up on the big screen.
Company that specializes in that. It's pretty cool, right? Yeah.
Is that device over
That is really interesting. I will describe it best as I can describe it, as they describe it to me. But the idea is a robot that can pay for itself.
Okay.
So it makes coffee.
Uh-huh.
You pay the machine. The machine keeps the money, and then pays the government taxes. It's an art project about how
It's for the school.
how machines could be self-sufficient.
Yeah, yeah. That's interesting. Very interesting.
You guys ready to go?
We're getting there. We got a little bit. You're going to read the color.
What's up?
I was actually unfortunately mic up first, but I was thinking about talking to Camille or Claire right now to see if they had a couple questions. Just like lock in the game show type questions.
Are they here now?
I think I saw Camille outside, and I don't know where she is now.
Let me see. Yeah.
But maybe I should mic up first.
We also don't have to do that. They don't want it?
It'll be kind of fun.
Yeah.
Let's talk to them and see.
Thank you. It's on. Hello. Okay, here we go. Up on the stage. Okay. How we get up on the stage. All right, we're here to draw the raffle prizes. Who here's for the raffle? Raise your hand, make some noise. All right. Our celebrity guest drawer here is Sam Burton, who's graciously involved. She's not been involved with this at all, so clean hands. First, we're going to draw for the headphones, so get your tickets ready. Sam, do you want to open the box up?
Do I
Just rip it open. There.
This was feats of strength.
Feats of strength. All right. Mix the tickets all around. All right. Now draw the winner. Okay. So the ticket is, it's your brown ticket, number AD 383814. Again, we have a close. Again, that is the brown ticket with the number at the top, AD 383814. If you have the ticket, come forward. If not, we'll give you a little bit of time. We'll tweet it out. What? Is there somebody over there who has the ticket? Oh, we might have a winner. He has ticket AD 383. We have a winner! All right, so, hold it. What's this? Oh, shoot. Sorry. We have a lot of winners, but we don't actually because we didn't read all the numbers. It's ticket 471. Sorry. It's AD 383814 with the 471 is the number. Sorry to everybody. I got your hopes up. It's the fun of a raffle, right?
It's a roller coaster.
All right. Well, if we don't have a winner now, we'll tweet it out. We'll tweet it out right now, and in 30 minutes, if we don't have a winner, we'll redraw. And so stay tuned. We'll redraw outside there. And now we'll draw for the Nintendo Switch. We'll get this one right, too. Yeah. Oh, there goes a bow. All right. Mix them up, Sam. Yep. All right. Swirl it around. What we got? Who's the winner? All right, the winner of the Nintendo Switch is it's AD 723603, but the three number 608. Sorry, let me try this again. Pink ticket AD 723608, and the three numbers are 563. Again, the big number across the top is AD 723. Come on up if you have number 563. Do you have number 563? Come on up. Show us your ticket. Woo!
Sorry, let's
Yeah. Let's see if it's AD 723608563. We have a winner. An actual winner. All right, so if you follow us outside, we will get you your Nintendo Switch, and hopefully we'll find the winner of the headphones. If not, like I said, in 30 minutes we'll draw again. You are very welcome. All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay. All right. How is everyone feeling? Are you guys awake? Are you guys asleep? Can I get applause? Yes. Thank you for the whoop. I heard the raffle was wild. Anyway, next up we have Maricha Shaka. She is Stanford Center's Policy Center International Policy Director. She previously served as a member of the European Parliament, and she has a talk for you guys next. So I'd like to bring up Maricha Shaka.
Hello, hello. So I'm sorry if you thought you were going to come to a talk that's called The Health of the Internet, but when I was writing and thinking about what I actually really wanted to tell you, I changed the title to Who Wants to Be a Rebel? And only today I found this flyer, Mozilla and the Rebel Alliance, which it's not really actually intended to address this flyer, but we'll see. This talk is a little bit of tough love, and I hope you can handle it. Because when I come to festivals like this, it's actually my first time at MozFest, but I feel really great already. The same at events like RightsCon or the IGF or other places where a lot of people that believe in the open internet and the rights of people on it come together in such a committed and fun way. But the relief that I have and the sense of hope that I get at events like this always come from experts, policy advocacy people that have the best legal arguments to convince policymakers to turn something in the right direction or come up with fun gifts or campaigns. I leave when I leave from these kinds of events with a sense of relief that there's a lot of people that I agree with and that there's a real fight back to the sort of closing and shutting down of the internet at times, or the trend of actually using it as a plantation to harvest data and profits alike. But during the last 10 years that I was in the European Parliament, I saw civil society organizations, but also others working on digital rights really as my key allies. I liked consulting them along with others before I made decisions. And I was always very happy and also a little bit relieved when I could count on the support of organizations whose goals I hoped to help achieve with the things I was doing in the European Parliament. And so it's from this experience of sort of looking at this ecosystem of civil society and others in the technical community who believe in the open internet and the rights of people on it, that I actually want to share some more concerned thoughts. And my thoughts today are going to be about big words, about spam, and about my mother, or your neighbor. We can see later. Firstly, on big words, this is really something that keeps me up at night. Because I think when we talk about the open internet and digital rights, all the big words have been used. We've seen a Magna Carta for the internet, bills of rights that are being drafted in many places, and a number of them have been adopted in multi-stakeholder gatherings like this one, not so much by parliaments, and I think that that's interesting. There have been social compact declarations of independence, and there are now already more than 120 ethical guidelines in Europe alone when it comes to dealing with artificial intelligence. However, even though all these big words are being used, the internet is still being chopped up. It's sovereignized. I don't know if that's a word, but I hope you know what I mean. And human rights in general, but digital rights in particular, are under enormous pressure. We may still speak of the open internet, but frankly, it is more and more with nostalgia, and surveillance from commercial and political control goals is actually becoming more and more of a norm. So I truly think we need to ask ourselves what went wrong. Because while those of us who believe in the open society and the open internet alike face the biggest challenges, all the big words have already been used. And while these words are anchored in concepts of law and democracy, they have not rendered laws that were adopted in parliaments or regulations, for example. And I would even dare to put the challenge before, and I hope somebody's willing to research it, to put the challenge before you, whether more than 1% of CEOs and political decision makers are aware of the existence of all these beautiful and rights-based declarations at all. The various bills of rights, social compacts for the web, etc., etc. And I hate to say that, but I think it's not good enough that we are in the situation where we are. So, 2, about spam, and maybe also big words, actually. Many rebels, digital rights organizations, will lobby or organize campaigns around topics on the political agenda. They will often mobilize thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people. And I've experienced from the receiving end, let's say, that even though my position was well known, for example, against the copyright directive that was adopted in the EU before the summer, still I would be included in the lists of politicians who were sort of free for all to start spamming and targeting with emails, spam, or social media messages. And I mean, I'm not talking about an email with concerns, but really, you know, automated every couple of seconds, sort of flooding the inbox, which really made it impossible to do my work, and that was not only for me, but also for my colleagues. And what that suggested was really that it didn't quite matter what position I took, I would be showered with advocacy to the contrary either way. And I think that we see more and more that politicians as such, sort of in bulk, are made the target of criticism, and sometimes even the EU was being blamed for nothing less than destroying the internet. We're looking here at a slide of an organization that I love, Bits of Freedom, which says the European institutions agree the internet must be broken. And it's integrally copy-pasted by a very populist blog called Geen Stijl for the Dutch speakers among us, which basically says Brussels agrees the internet must be broken. And here you see something similar. It's not about copyright. The EU is trying to destroy the internet. Now, not only do I think that this rhetoric plays into the hands of broader populist waves against the European Union, while many others place big hope in the EU as a super regulator, as a principled and values-based place that can also translate to the internet. But it also gave, I would say, colleagues who are not as committed to tech topics an impression that basically there is no solution, that everything is doomed and things can only get worse. So it's I think, not really an invitation to engage in a conversation. It also really implies that any regulatory proposal on the table is very heavily scrutinized, while the status quo just, you know, continues without intervention. And I think status quo also needs equal scrutiny as new legislative proposals. Now, another observation about how sometimes the whole dynamic between lawmakers and civil society organizations plays out, and this is broader, not just digital rights organizations, but there's a lot of organizations that have strong ideals that will only be satisfied when 100% of these ideals are reflected in final legislative outcomes, for example. But realistically, that is never going to happen in a democratic process. There's a need to compromise, to get anything done. And this is not my favorite part of lawmaking, but it is a very normal and predictable element of democracy. Now, other trends I've seen is basically organizations not taking a position, even though advocacy could have been helpful, waiting for the negotiated result, and then using the time that, for example, in the EU is going to be used for translating, to then start lobbying for the outcome that was already achieved. And then victory. If it wasn't for us, this would have never happened, although I think that can be debated. So the question is really looking at this landscape, and just put yourselves in the shoes of someone who's not at MozFest, you know, a politician that you have to convince. Why would an individual whose political group, for example, is wholesale being targeted as evil in its entirety, be invited to meet and to listen and to engage? I think that for those people, there's not really an upside in doing so, even though, and we learn these painful lessons over and over again, sometimes a few votes can really make a difference. In the copyright directive, we saw that as well. So being able to reach people that you don't agree with and have them open the door to you really matters. Let me see, I'm not so good with slides. Oh, here was another example of Europe delays a plan to destroy the internet. Okay, well, I guess that was good. So my last observation is about my mom or my neighbor. I think if you want to make sure that there are digital rights and that the open internet has a chance, the person you want to convince is actually my mom. And when my mom sees this, or this or this, she will not have the impression that those people are talking about something that matters to her. She may think it's a demonstration for something completely different, even though I would say it would be good if she thinks that this is about her. My mom is not a rebel. I believe the majority of people do not identify as rebels. I don't identify as a rebel. But I really believe that we need to preserve standards of openness, digital rights, the open internet if we can, the rule of law online, etc. So I know that stickers are really cool here for laptops. I understand, but I think that there's others who see it as maybe like high schoolish or a sign of sort of squatters and immaturity maybe even, like why would you want to do that? I think it's a subculture that is not always broadly understood. And I'm a liberal, so I'm always very hesitant to say anything about appearances, and I think anyone should feel free and be free to show up whichever way they want. But it's also good to be realistic about what it signals and how what you send out could be perceived by the audience. So it's more about trying to understand what people may see when they see these kinds of images. So that was kind of the tough. Now comes the love. Because the only reason why I'm actually sharing these observations is because I believe a lot more can be accomplished, and I really, really, really wish for that to happen. And for that to happen, I think a strategic agenda is very, very important. So I encourage you all, as a very broad and diverse community, to move from a more niche position to a constructive center position, and to switch from a more declaratory approach to a very strategic approach. It's not only urgent to have more impact, but it also is important that you can still have your own position in this debate while more and more organizations are moving into the space of digital, because everything becomes digital. So to look at how you can reach that broader conversation from, let's say, a very specialist, very specific position in the political and public debate is probably something to think about. I think there is more and more competition coming from, let's say, more established NGOs and other organizations as well. So I think it's important to work with other organizations, of course, to do mutually beneficial exchanges of knowledge. But instead of having more declarations or every organization wanting to launch its own set of principles and declarations, to work together more, to have a longer-term strategic approach. And I hope it can be done without depending on money from the very tech companies that have to be challenged in a lot of the negative effects that we see in the whole digital ecosystem that are actually responsible, I believe, for significant parts of the harms that we are now dealing with. But as I mentioned before, a strategic approach will also mean compromise at times and an articulation of a landing zone which falls outside of the 100% perfect. It means being more sophisticated than attacking the EU or politics, but rather to work with individuals that you can actually achieve or engage, to embrace who's doing something well, and to, of course, criticize what's not going well, but I would encourage in a way that still allows both sides to bridge and find each other, not to get into trenches that are, impossible to overcome, to listen and not to push people too much into the defensive. I'm also hoping, this is also a tricky point to make, I realize, but that we will see an end to the glee of how little politicians actually know about technology. I've seen a lot of places, and I understand why it can be funny sometimes, because there are some crazy expressions when it comes to technology and the internet sometimes, but it is really not something to be happy about. It is much better to create a space that people can come to understand it better, where they feel safe to ask stupid questions, instead of sort of feeling like they may be laughed at in their faces. And I think the opposite is also true, is that a lot of people who are very good at technology do not automatically know everything about the democratic and policy process. So there's mutual learning that I think can be very, very beneficial. So if the goal is to get things done, to see changes, and to see results, it's important to grow the pool of people who believe in digital rights, open standards, good governance in tech policies, and whatnot. It's important to make them feel at home, to make them feel comfortable, to make them feel welcome, and to be open to them, to work with people across various political opinions, because more and more we will see political fragmentation, as we see in Europe, but in many places all over the world. And so that really means that new, more creative coalitions will have to be built. Slimmer majorities will also often mean that every vote counts. And so in an ideal world, I would like to see more politicians at events like this, walking in the door and understanding this is a space where I can be, where I can participate in the debate, where I can ask the questions that I have, and where I can find people that welcome me. So if that means, and this is a metaphor of course, but showing up without stickers on a laptop in a parliament, I think it's worth it. Now, I understand why people would think, are you crazy? Why would you give a talk like this to the people who are fighting hardest under difficult circumstances for digital rights, open standards, and good tech policies? Especially at a festival that brings together many of its leaders that actually share the goals that you have. I totally understand why people think that that's crazy, and indeed, it is more comfortable to all agree, to drink, to dance, to find friends, to hang out, and to go home feeling hopeful. It's easier to do that than to critically look at all of us and to evaluate where we are today, despite all the hard work that's been done, and to reignite a new sense of urgency, to strategize, to reach people outside of your own friendship and comfort zones, because I really believe it is needed. Thank you.
That was great. Okay, so we're gonna do a quick audience Q&A. Any questions? Oh, right there.
So, thanks. Hi, my name is Doman. I'm coming from Slovenia. I'm one of those people who were shouting they're destroying our internet from 2012, 13, when ACTA treaty was on the chopping board. My question to you would be: this is all great, but there's a whole industry and bought-out politicians on the other side saying, for example, in the copyright directive fight that, you know, all activists are paid by Google. We don't have a things to say, just copying what Google is saying. Mm-hmm. So how do you fight against that? This is all great for, let's say, if we make a 10-year plan, but in 10 years there's going to be at least 2 to 3, maybe 4 issues like the copyright directive and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
on the block, and they will use the same argument every time, while we are supposed to be the nice guys who play with and share and stuff.
Yeah, I understand your concern. I mean, I think a couple of observations. So I'm going to be the devil's advocate. I'm going to pretend that I, am not interested in this discussion. I'm going to say, oh, I've heard you saying the internet was going to be destroyed in 2012, and guess what? It's still here. People can very much dismiss very big concerns if they haven't seen it. So that's just one. It's something I've also heard. Oh gosh, we've heard this before. Internet's not going to go away, please. The other thing is to try to see who you can reach before the whole sort of shouting matches and escalations are happening. Because in the copyright directive, I had a very strong position, but I can assure you it was not pretty on all sides. Things were said back and forth, things were done back and forth, let's say if you divided roughly in 2 camps, that I think are not really where we want to go. And it also wears out, I believe. If you get to sort of the strongest arguments, also on the other side, dismissing criticism as fake news, as being bought by Google as well. I mean, everybody seemed to be bought by someone in this debate, even though that too is not true. People may just disagree even if they're not bought. So I would say I fully agree there's going to be major files coming up, probably the e-commerce directive, digital services, other stuff on very important areas for everyone. Try to engage in sort of ongoing relations and try to already establish relations with new members of the Commission, new members of the European Parliament, hopefully before things are becoming a shouting match where nobody wants to come out of the trenches anymore. I mean, I've spoken to colleagues who said, I think I may have made a mistake on the copyright directive, but it was so harsh, I couldn't come back. And I'm serious. So you have to find a landing zone that's not the perfect, but where you can still bring people that are willing to move. If a handful of people would have moved on the copyright directive, we would not have had such a terrible law right now. So I think there's lessons for everybody, and that's what I'm trying to show you. Not to say to stop your hard work, but to sort of give the perspective of how it can be perceived, not by people that are like-minded, but by people that you have to convince. That's what I was trying to do. Yeah.
Another question back there.
Hi. Sorry, I came in a little bit later, so maybe you've talked about this before. In terms of destroying the internet will always go on no matter what the copyright laws or the freedom in the internet you're able to do. The internet from the 90s was so much freer than what we see today. Yet the internet hasn't, been killed. It's just been taken over by monopolies. So how can, we tackle this monopolization of the internet? Because I don't believe it could be free while the monopoly is taking place.
Yeah, so I think that's a very important point. I think privatization of almost everything digital, especially in the hands of a few gatekeepers or those that I mentioned, treat the internet as a plantation where they can just harvest data and profits in a complete asymmetrical power position. So questions of antitrust, are there monopolies? Questions of how do we value not only monetary power of companies, but also the data that they hold when it comes to mergers and acquisitions? How do we apply the general data protection regulation to questions like micro-targeting? Not only for political ads, but maybe for different sensitive categories that could be in conflict with anti-discrimination principles or whatnot. So I think that in the EU, and that's the good news, there's a lot of anchors, hooks, points to start a conversation and to see what can be done. I think the momentum is there. But at the same time that the momentum and the urgency is there, the fragmentation of politics is greater. It will make it harder and also just more timely to get to decisions because there will be people who will try to obstruct decisions and procedures will be used or abused no matter, depending on which side you come from, to obstruct and to delay. So urgency is huge. I would indeed try to look at those topics that are opportune for European action, but I wish it was easier than I think it will be. I think it will be tough. Yeah.
We have one more question we can do.
Yeah, let's do the front row.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Lena from Croatia. Thank you for everything you did for European democracy. I was sitting in Brussels when we had this gathering of people having stickers on the laptops talking to you. And you did amazing Copify. Thank you very much. So I'm thinking about integration and onboarding of digital rights activists in that particular space, because I think that what you are observing, you saw a European perspective, but you're also having, let's say, privilege coming from Netherlands, the first country that embraced net neutrality, the country that has such an amazing digital rights scene, bits of freedom.
Yeah.
I am kind of from small country, Croatia, and we don't have digital rights activists. I think I was actually the only one, and that's not very good because I'm in my 40s. My old digital literacy is quite questionable, and talking to MPs in German
I'm also
and
in my
French.
40s. It's
yeah, I know it's not easy for us, but sometimes you find those. You find your own challenges to integrate in something that you believe in, because we are coming from different backgrounds and different cultures and different age. But also, I was observing for the first time in copyright, I thought that there was, that's my question, possible alliance between SMEs, startups, and I thought that finally we are tapping into some resources because we don't have it as a digital rights scene, we barely have a scene, and it takes a lot of resources to actually do what you're saying now, because we need structures, we need somebody like you to tell us how to lobby, what to do, but how to go about that practically. Can we tap in something that is more already existing, kind of how to, because usually who is creating those alliances is it's on on a broader national or EU level. So it's supposed to be you kind of creating, because private entities cannot create those alliances. So how do we go better about like waving the network of support and resources that is required to continue on? Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you for that question. And I didn't want to imply that anything is easy. I mean, I know how hard it is and how, from a position of being the underdog. I didn't become a lobbyist after politics on purpose, so I don't want to do that. But I think if I were a civil society organization in the digital rights space or in the open standards space, I would really mention much more that there's too much corporate funding going to civil society and knock on the doors of more independent foundations and where possible incredible governments to say, look guys, this is what's happening. Because one of the other arguments against those who are critical of the copyright directive was that they're all being bought by the tech companies. Well, it's a mixed picture, unfortunately, actually. But I would say what you already mentioned, that there were multiple organizations, SMEs, it's always a hugely solid and big group of representatives. So if you can be in a coalition with others than digital rights activists, have a larger group of people, it's always more powerful to speak in any debate on behalf of more people. That's just how it works. You were expressing how challenging it was to be basically like the lone fighter. If you have 100,000 people, 200,000, 5 million companies, etc. behind you, it just makes your message louder, even if you say the same. How is to work together on the European level, but still tapping into what's important nationally, but really trying to also pool resources there, and to build coalitions. It's a permanent effort, but I would say consumer rights organizations are natural allies as well, who are also increasingly understanding that everything is digital, so that there's a lot to be done in consumer rights and tech. So there's not one formula for coalitions, but it's a process. It's also typically Dutch, I have to say. We now have a 4-party coalition, but to work together, and I think it's usually a very good thing to do. And the more you can make that coalition be centrist and representing many, the more powerful I think the message will be towards the people who have to make a decision. It's harder to simply say it doesn't matter if you speak on behalf of such a big group. Yeah.
All right, big round of applause for Marisha Shaka. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. All right, so our next panel is going to be the future of disinformation. I'm very excited for this panel. We have Claire Wardle and Camille Francois joining us to talk about misinformation and disinformation. So big round of applause for them. What's up? How's it going?
Hello.
Welcome to my show.
Thanks. We're excited.
Hey. Why does your thing say Chemtronics?
Because I'm Chemtronics.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, thanks. I think he meant it when he said, welcome to my show.
Yeah, this is the only panel where we have whiteboard righty things for you guys. So there's a couple questions in here that will be like game show type questions.
Ha ha.
Like 1-word, 2-word answers. You'll know
Look
them
at the sharp suit.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a game show.
Hi.
Nice.
Sorry, I should introduce you guys. So Claire Wardle, she is the former researcher fellow at the Harvard Shorenstein Center, but currently she's the executive director of First Draft. First Draft is a nonprofit dedicated to addressing misinformation and disinformation. And then Camille, formerly a principal researcher at Google, is now the Chief Innovation Officer at Graphica. Graphica is a company based in New York City that kind of maps and investigates what's happening online. And you're also currently a Mozilla Fellow.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think just to start, just to kind of level set, I was hoping you guys could explain the difference between misinformation and disinformation. Any of you guys can take that one.
So I'll take this one because about 2 years ago I got so frustrated at the use of the term F****** news that I was like, we need better terminology. And mis and disinformation have been around for a long time. Disinformation is false information that is deliberately created and spread to cause harm. Misinformation is false information, but the people spreading it don't realize that it's harmful. So I always talk about my mum, a little bit like the previous panel. If she sees a shark photo during a hurricane, she forwards it, being like, oh my God, the shark. But she doesn't know that she's causing harm. But I also talk about, create a set of terms with Hossein Darakshan about malinformation, which actually we're seeing a lot more of, which is genuine information that is shared to cause harm. So that might be the deliberately leaking of information that's harmful. It might be revenge porn. It might be a genuine photo that's reshared and people think that it's current. So we just need complexity in this space because we're 3 years into this moment where all of a sudden everybody worried about, when I say everybody, I mean the US and the UK. Yeah. The rest of the world were like, yeah, welcome to the party. But in that time, we're still talking about as these big buckets, and actually we're not getting to the heart of the problem because we're using these terms in a false way.
That's a great way to sum it up. Is there anything else on top of that?
No, I agree. I kind of wonder where you put Donald Trump in your classification, but that might be a question for later. I tend to break down this hairy problem of disinformation according to 3 vectors, right? Like, it could be about the actors behind it. If you're an account that's pretending to be an American activist, but really you're run by Russian military intelligence, you're disinformation because of the actor that's behind the account. Behavior is another dimension, right? I'm going ABC just so that you can follow along. So actor, behavior. For instance, if there's an information that's actually disseminated by an actor who say who they are and the content is right, but they're disseminated by bots or by any strategy that makes it look like the content is much more popular than what it actually is, it's not about the actor, it's not about the content, it's about the behavior of how it's being disseminated. And finally, you have content problems, right? So sometimes you have content that's really designed to be disinformative. So deep fakes would go into this along with all the other less deep types of fakery.
That's great. Okay, so now is the game show part.
Okay, also, now I'm realizing that a flip chart marker is not a whiteboard marker.
Oh, you don't think it'll, do we have another marker?
I tested it.
Oh, we'll test it,
some testing, just spit on it. And then
okay, sounds good. I'll do it.
Yeah, I think that'll work.
Sounds good.
So the first question, which platform do you think is the worst when it comes to disinformation? And write your answers on the whiteboard.
Question.
And you have 30 seconds on the clock. That's actually a lot of time.
We talked about this earlier, when it's like it's a game of misses and misses.
Okay.
That's before a lot of people
time
in this room.
Camille?
Well, I mean, it's working-ish.
Okay.
You'll
and
see shapes, and I'll justify.
I hope you guys reveal your answers at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a moment.
So like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I was thinking 3, 2, 1.
Okay, go.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
V-contact.
Oh, she's so Russian.
Well, we should talk about YouTube. I don't even know what V-contact.
I'm not Russian, but
you spent a lot of time in that.
Yeah, true. No, but I actually don't mean that. So V-contact is the Russian Facebook. And it's top of mind for me because when major American or European platforms focus on specific groups that they want to remove from their platforms, those groups don't go off the internet. And so, for instance, when we work on violent extremist groups, or when we work on the groups in Myanmar, for instance, who were responsible for most of the dangerous content, once they're off Facebook and off Twitter and off Google, we see them a lot on V-contact. And so it's, I'm not trying to avoid pointing fingers at any big platforms. I'm not trying to be cheeky. I'm just saying we have to think about smaller platforms where our moderation or frankly like our accountability don't reach because those bad actors don't stop to do harm once we don't see them on Facebook.
Which is a good point we're seeing more evidence now that deplatforming does work,
right?
But it's not as if it disappears.
Yeah.
So in the same way as obviously there's a lot of emphasis on WhatsApp, and that also is a cesspool. Yeah. But increasingly we're seeing these sort of movements moving on to Telegram now that 8chan has come down. So contact Telegram, if we don't have a real understanding of the whole ecosystem, it's not that we don't have problems with the big platforms, but we have to understand
another way
spaces.
Another way to put it is that it's not because it's no longer a problem for Facebook that it's no longer a problem for democracy. Sometimes there are things that are no longer a problem for Facebook or Google or whatnot that are still really, really problematic when you care about the health of the internet. Yes. So that's for V-contact.
Yes, I love
Back to me about YouTube.
No, it's because we work globally.
Yeah.
And so my frustration, for example, we did a lot of work in Brazil, is that, you know, WhatsApp is the place lots of people talk about, but there's so much stuff on YouTube that's really, really problematic. And there's different YouTube. So there's the big YouTube that lots of people go and access every day, and it's great. But there are lots of YouTubes that we don't spend time in. And because it's so difficult to monitor video, we're getting better now with closed captioning, but it's still really, really difficult. Then we don't necessarily understand what's happening there. But those radicalization routes that we all know about, it just frustrates me because it is mainstream, it is owned by Alphabet, and they're getting away with murder because we're not giving it the scrutiny that we should be, partly because it's so difficult to monitor, and nobody wants to watch hours and hours of this really horrific stuff.
Yeah,
YouTube's
I mean,
a good answer.
So is vContact. So is
We're
VK.
both good answers. We're both winners.
You guys are just a pair of people. Yeah, I want to talk about video a little bit because you made a video on the New York Times where you became Adele. You were Adele, and you were saying whatever you wanted to say. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so
Sing it.
Hello? No. So it was partly because I was ranting constantly about the way that journalists were talking about deep fakes. And it's not as if we don't have to worry about deep fakes, but the bigger concern is if we talk about it in the way that we currently are, we're doing the work of the agents of disinformation, which is to make everybody terrified about what they're seeing with their own eyes. And I think we're honestly about 2 years away from a point where the majority of the population doesn't see video as evidence. And that is much scarier than deepfakes. And deepfakes, particularly at the moment around pornography, is the bit that we should be talking about. 96% of deepfakes are actually women's faces put into pornography. So it's not that it's not a problem, but I was busy ranting. So the New York Times said, do you want to do a video and rant in a video? And I was like, yes, please. And then they said, when I was being filmed, they're like, oh, we're going to turn you into Adele, which is a little bit like a bucket list moment. But then I felt bad, like, who's asked Adele? Maybe she doesn't want to be Claire Wardle. So I was like, what are the ethics of this? And then I was like, sod it. And so what it meant was that lots of people watched the video, and I was like, oh, that was the purpose. And it's not like I'm single-handedly changing newspaper coverage of it, but the way the media talk about deepfakes is much, much worse than, I would argue, the technology.
Yeah, what are some things that we should talk about more, would you say? I'm in the media, so I could use this for my own job.
Yeah.
Personally asking. No.
So, for example, this is being live streamed, right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a major news organization that brought me in about 3 weeks ago to talk about the fear of deep fakes in 2020. And I said, I promise you, hand on heart, that's not going to be the problem. The problem is you guys running with a piece of original content that's 3 years old. And they were like, oh, I don't think so, I don't think so. And let's just say it was potentially an American news organization, ABC, which a week later ran footage that they said was from Syria, but actually it was a Kentucky gun show from 3 years ago. And so the bigger problem we have is just that low level, often genuine content, or I always talk about like the drip, 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 drip of hyper-partisan content. We're not doing longitudinal studies about individual memes might seem harmless and a bit of fun, but what does it look like if continuously you see that stuff? And so I think we focus on the sensational and the obviously fabricated, and actually the bigger problem is the low-level, hyper-partisan, polarizing, misogynistic, low-level racist.
Yeah, I want to talk about that a little bit. This is going to be another game show question. There's so many flavors of deep fakes. What do you think most of them are trying to accomplish? Like, what are they mostly like political intrigue? Is it mostly like memes? Is it mostly porn? What is it mostly?
Deep fakes or any type of fake?
Deep fakes.
Oh.
Yeah. We can do another reveal. Did you write VK again?
No.
Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1, reveal.
Porn?
Porn. Okay.
Porn, definitely.
Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Just wanted to
Deep
put that.
fakes is for porn.
That's unfortunate. I mean, I think about, we live in a world where there's, revenge porn. And that could be like kind of harmful too, not just kind of like really.
Yeah, but I mean, we know this is like most innovation comes out of pornography, always has. This is another one, but we're not talking about it because surprise, surprise, the people who are victims are women. Yeah. And so like, it's just not discussed in the way that it should. And I mean, even women, in fact, how many of our faces are out there in these databases and how easy it is to put any of our faces out there in a pornographic place and not even know that it's happening. That's the other thing. It's terrible, full stop, but it's also terrible. God knows where my face is right now.
I hope only on the stage. I don't know what's out there.
But I think there's something to what Claire was saying on, if you look at, so in my work, I look at a lot of very sophisticated disinformation campaigns that are run by actors such as government that have a lot of funding and a lot of people to do this harm, right? And so it's interesting that they don't use deepfakes, The reason why they don't use deepfakes is not because they're lacking the budget for it or lacking the people to do it or lacking the source material, right? The reason why, for instance, in Syria, the disinformation campaign that you see are using footage from one place and claiming that it's another place, which is something you would want to do, for instance, if you're covering up a war crime. It's because it's actually really hard to run the forensics on an image and to say, oh, here, I actually think that the image you're presenting to me is being decontextualized. And it's doable, right? Open source investigative techniques are growing. There are fantastic groups like Bellingcat. But I think it's not considered to be a sexy tech problem. There's so much funding and attention that goes into, let's detect the deepfakes, when actually the lot of the hard work of the forensics that people need, in newsrooms or just in general to be supported to do is, let's make sure that the image you're presenting me is what you say it is, and it's not decontextualized or just taken from somewhere else. And again, it's less sexy, but it's really important.
Yeah, I think a case study that's interesting is during the Brazilian election, somebody impersonated Bolsonaro. Do you remember when he was stabbed and he was in hospital? Somebody pretended to be Bolsonaro and they recorded him from his hospital bed, and it went viral on WhatsApp as audio messages. So again, unless you're doing a lot of work in places like Nigeria or India or Brazil where audio messages are a real problem, it took 2 days to do the forensic analysis to work out that that audio recording wasn't Bolsonaro because his pitch was slightly wrong when he used the letter R. But 2 days, by that time, it was everywhere on WhatsApp. So when people talk about deep fakes, I'm like, you get an impersonator of Donald Trump, you could do as much damage as doing a Donald Trump deep fake video. It's audio that we are in no way ready for.
Wow.
Not to mention text. I mean, the machine-generated blocks of text that look like they've been written by a human, for me, are a terrifying prospect in the future of disinformation. When we look at troll farms, the people they recruit, usually in online adverts, it's actually quite fun to read them, are people that they recruit to write believable content on bullshit blogs so that eventually they can weaponize the blog and then put political content in it. If it becomes so much easier to just do machine-generated text that creates all these blogs without having to pay someone to curate them, then that's bad news for fake news.
Yeah, that's a that's a good line. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I was going to ask you next was what we recently saw when Elizabeth Warren, who's running for Democratic nominee for president in the United States, she put a fake ad on Facebook about fake ads on Facebook, and it said first line, Zuckerberg comes out in support for Donald Trump, and then the second line said, "Did you believe that? This is a fake ad." It's 4 years later. It's almost 4 years later since the 2016 elections. Why is Facebook still having trouble with this?
Well, actually, this morning, I don't know if you've seen it, but if you saw the AOC questioning of Mark Zuckerberg this week, and she said, what happened if somebody pretends that a Republican supports a Green New Deal? And so an activist group has done exactly that. They've put out an ad on Facebook saying that Lindsey Graham supports a Green New Deal, which is like...
Amazing.
But they've done research. It's like a lot of people believe this. It's a bigger conversation about this ridiculous position that Facebook has taken on advertising. There is no way that I think they can stand behind it. And I think actually the Elizabeth Warren and this AOC one is an example of you cannot pretend that you can't fact check. And the reason that a lot of fact checking organizations emerged in the late 1990s was because there was a growth of problematic claims on TV advertising. So all these fact checking groups emerged, and simply by being the watchdog, false claims in TV advertising dropped. So people go, well, it's the same on Facebook. We just have to monitor. But the Facebook ads API, as we know from the amazing work from Mozilla, is dreadful. So if we can't actually monitor these ads, then that argument completely falls on its face because we can't hold them to account. So I really, really hope that they change their mind on this before 2020. If they don't, we're absolutely screwed.
Yeah, Camille, I remember recently after Zuckerberg went to Georgetown where he said that it's not my job to police what politicians say. Is that a good enough answer? Is that not good enough? What do you think about that?
I don't know, is the truth. Yeah, politicians lie. That's true.
That's a true story.
In the 21st century, politicians lie on Facebook. That sucks. I think this is one bucket of issues. And frankly, I think my own personal feelings on this don't really matter. I tend to focus on, again, if you go to ABC, actors and behavior and content is easy to obsess on because we can look at it and we can say, oh, I think it's true, I think it's not true, I think it's a lie, I don't think it's a lie, I think you manipulated the video, and you can argue on this. I tend to worry a little bit more about behaviors. What are the politicians who are running campaigns with amplified bots and trolls, right? You don't see that shit. it's more problematic because it's less easy for consumers and for individuals to just be online and be like, oh, I'm being manipulated, right? Like the information asymmetry between the internet user and the platform on everything that touches upon behavior is gigantic. So I'm more worried about like politicians using bots and trolls and like a lot of weird behavioral manipulation technique on social media for their campaigns, which we never talk about. And I'm more worried about actors who are creating like fake personas. Same thing. It's very hard for the users to see. I'm a little bit less worried about like who says what type of bullshit in ads. I think that's like an American politics problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I think going back to like.
But I'm not trying to be cheeky. I'm serious. Like,
yeah.
As we head towards 2020, there's still zero serious debate in America about how campaigns and candidates are going to use or not to use social media, right? Will they use fake profiles? Will they use bots? You know, what's the limit of what they're going to do? No one has gone and said, hey, by the way, I'm not going to do this. This is my own code of conduct for my campaign. And I'll give you a small example of like why that matters and how this can like really break down into collective hysteria. In 2018, during the midterms, one day I wake up and there's all these Ted Cruz supporter messages, and they're all saying the exact same thing at the exact same time. And so my phone explodes and my computer explodes, and everyone's running around being like, the Russian trolls are here for Ted Cruz. It's like, you know, so we start running the forensics, and we're like, I don't know, guys, it doesn't look like Russian trolls. And like, next thing it was like, the bots are here, blah, 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 right? In reality, what had happened is the senator had created a campaign app, right? And his supporters had downloaded the campaign app, and they had willingly agreed for the campaign app to share messages on social media by giving an auth token, right? So it was not fake, nor was it done without the consent of the users. It did look like kind of weird, but this is still something that technically is supposed to be okay, and it was technically okay too by Twitter's own senders. Is that okay? Is that the type of use that we want? Again, if we don't have a serious conversation about the types of behaviors that we want to see in campaigns, we're bound to freak out every time someone does something innovative on social media, and we're bound to call a troll and a bot everything that's like looking kind of weird.
You make a really good point. I think what I want to ask both of you guys right now is like, what is your wish list of what's in bounds? Like a politician says, I'm going to do this and not this and this. What does that wish list look like of what's fair game and what's not fair game?
Great question. I mean, I do think this question of stands, I mean, I think Joe Biden came out and said we should all support it, and then nobody else has. And Facebook uses the term influence operations, but what you just described is an influence operation, and where activism fits into politics is a real issue. I mean, I think micro-targeting, I mean, I just really wish all the platforms would say we're not going to take political advertising. Because the truth is, I mean, I don't know how how do we actually police lies? And if it's about falsehoods, they will just skirt the line of what's misleading. But I think things like refusing to, I mean, the other question is leaked documents. If every politician uses oppositional research, if somebody comes along with that kind of stuff, are they really going to use it when they don't know where it's come from? I mean, I think that things like leaked documents, things like micro-targeting, which I don't know how we do, so I'd like to get it all gone, are the main things that I don't think we've wrapped our head around. And we're not going to do it before 2020. Something dreadful will happen, and then they'll be like, oh, we should have seen this coming.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Yeah. I think more transparency in general enables people to sort of see what's what, right? So like in the Ted Cruz thing, if all these messages said, sent with this app, then people start, stop freaking out and be like, oh, I see what's going on, right? Similarly, if you have like a profile that says, operated in Ukraine, you can start asking questions. I think like, which happened recently, right?
Yeah,
there was this big I Love Trump page was like, operated from Ukraine, and people were like...
But Facebook didn't find it, journalists found it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have more transparency, then you have smarter people, investigative journalists, investigative groups, consumer advocacy groups who are able to do this type of work and say, hey, what the fuck is going on here, right? So I think in general, more labeling of the complexity of these information environment helps people look for those signals and see when something's odd.
Yeah. Yeah, I really love that point you mentioned of like, why has no politician said this is what we're not doing? That's definitely a thing that's missing. I want, you guys have done a lot of panels together. I think the audience can tell that even with the report.
First time we're getting paddles.
But
you know,
always from now on.
Yeah.
I'm not going to travel without a paddle.
Yeah, you should
I
walk
like
with
that you
those.
can't get the porn off your paddle.
Because you look like the witch from
That's what I'm
Wicked.
talking
Look at
about.
your
Like,
hands.
this is-
Look.
But anyway,
I don't look like a
Yes,
witch
it's on
from Wicked.
Yeah, you do. Well, I'm gonna have to
I was going to ask you guys, you know, you guys probably have a good sense of, you know, what things always get talked about when you talk about disinformation and what things never get talked. Like, you guys could make the drinking game of, like, disinformation panel
bingo.
drinking game or bingo.
Somebody's
or
probably got
whatever.
the bingo sheet out here and we don't know about
You guys
it.
can make it. But I wanted to ask, like, what are some things that never gets talked about when it comes to disinformation that needs to get talked about?
So
you go first.
Okay. So we all have our little rabbit holes, right? And like one that Claire and I were just talking about is I think about the big Russian campaign that targeted the US in 2016, right? We talked about it so much, right? It was headlines on headlines on headlines, and data was shared, and congressional reports were written. I wrote some of them, and it's just like, you know, this constant overload of information about what happened in 2016. Yet, there are a few things that did happen in 2016 that we never talk about, and that, as a result, create little taboos that prevent us from actually being ready for more campaigns of the sort. One of them is a lot of these big troll campaigns use private messaging, emails, DMs to target journalists and activists and citizens directly. We're under the impression that like Russian trolls basically like just put out a bunch of tweets and the tweets were fun and some people retweeted it and really what's the harm in it, right? But in reality, you had a much more insidious, profound and complicated campaigns where journalists were being fed material, where activists were being funded and manipulated. And because we haven't gone through the bottom of this, because we haven't unpacked exactly what happened, because we had never heard those stories and because we never put those data on the table, we're not really acknowledging how insidious and complicated those more complicated campaigns can be. And again, I think for the groups who were targeted, and for the media in particular, that's a hell of a blind spot.
Yeah.
But also nobody wants to be the person like, oh, whoops, I got fooled.
Yeah.
Like, so that's part of the problem is, and that's why we're not hearing about it. But the real vulnerability for 2020 is local news in the US, which has had its heart ripped out anyway. So you've got under-resourced newsrooms with many journalists that would love to get out of local and potentially move to national. You get there in a place where they haven't been trained, they haven't got the editorial oversight, and you've got a number of problems there. So if you try and go to somebody at the New York Times and hand them some problematic content, they're going to be like, no. But if you go to 5 different local newsrooms and they publish it, and then you go to the New York Times, I'm like, oh, your colleagues have done something. I mean, the playbook is already out there, but we're not having that conversation because it's all about people being manipulated because the mainstream media, and to be fair, they also used activist groups and communities of color and other communities who are more vulnerable to these messages. And we're not protecting them, we're not training them, we're not seeing that as part of the information ecosystem.
No. We're not even doing the basic due diligence of investigating what targeted them a few years ago, frankly. So that's one. The other thing that I would love is that we stop lumping all these issues together, right? Like what we call disinformation now is so complex and touches upon so many different topics that I don't think is going to be helpful going forward to just like keep on, you know, stacking everything. Recently, we published a report on a campaign that was run by a Chinese network to do anti-human rights messaging on multiple platforms. And people were like, oh yeah, that's great. Also, my grandmother on Facebook, she's like completely off her rocker. I'm like, those are not the same issues. Like, I'm sorry that, you know, like news feeds are poorly set up and you think outrage is winning on social media. But like, we have to start and separate what's, you know, what are the different lanes of disinformation problems? How do we talk about them? They all have different solutions. Some belong to cybersecurity, some belong to consumer protection, some belong to media training. Like, at some point, I think we should no longer have disinformation panels. We should like be, yeah, maybe that's the last disinformation panel. Because it's like, what are you talking about? Is it the Russians? Is it your grandma? Is it bots? Like, you know.
And also, can I add?
Retiring from panel, nice.
Because for the last 3 years, everybody's just been like, oh my God, disinformation. The normal ethical boundaries that would exist have kind of been thrown out of the window. So you have different disinformation conferences when you've got like a sweet librarian called Barbara from the Midwest next to somebody from the NSA. Because Barbara's there to talk about media literacy, and the NSA dude is there about how do we do surveillance of state actors.
Yeah.
And the truth is, they're very different communities, and they normally would not be in the same room. And so questions about who funds who, whose technology is okay to use, where does monitoring to tip into surveillance? Really big questions that,
Super
like,
important
that here would
questions.
just be like normal. We just kind of work those things out. When it comes to disinformation, those questions are not being asked. Those guidelines are not being created because everybody's like, yeah, but the Russians.
Yeah, it's
And so
like
we're not
moral
helping
panic.
ourselves.
Put Barbara, the NSA, give them data, we're freaking out, you know? Like, this is not helpful.
Poor Barbara. Like, she's
I
just trying to
know.
do her job.
That's what I'm saying. Like, poor
Or like,
Barbara.
so for example, the ethics of like scraping open WhatsApp groups. Like everybody like, oh, we can't get into WhatsApp groups. And so what you hear is academics say exactly the same as platforms would say, which is like, well, we need to have this data because we need to understand what's going on. I mean, the platforms always try to use it for advertising, but you know, we don't have standards around whether or not we should be scraping open WhatsApp groups. And if we're going to do it, how do we secure the data, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so from UNICEF for scraping open WhatsApp groups in Pakistan to find about polio rumors, academics in Brazil are trying to do it, researchers trying to do it because they actually just want to, you know, get up on the CV ladder. I mean, we're just not thinking through these things. We don't have a set of ethical guidelines around scraping closed messaging.
Yeah.
Like that's just a basic we should be having.
But you know, the thing that's fun though is like because we're stuck on our like disinformation industrial complex. I know you like the sentence. Like we're stuck in this thing, and we're like all our issues are really new, and we do new rules for our own new issues. Like there are a lot of like really smart scholars that have been using internet data to do serious scholarship, and they have a lot of like very clear ethical guidelines and thoughts about when you can break terms of services and when it's a terrible idea. What do you do for security and what do you do for privacy? And they're kind of like, who the fuck are those super agitated misinfo people who are oh my God, scraping is new? Like, they must think we're nuts. Like, we also have to like land back and learn from all the guidelines and ethical principles that are generally in place from other fields that we should be learning from.
I enjoyed the fact there's like 120 ethics guidelines for AI, but nobody's talking to one another. I was like, that sounds like our field.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm bummed to hear this is going to be the last disinformation panel of all time because it sounds like we have a lot of other stuff to cover. But now we should do audience Q&A. Does anybody have any questions? There's one in the back, one over here, one over here. I'll defer to Kevin.
I mean, I guess the obvious question here is sort of a who watches the Watchmen type thing, where why should we trust you to accurately tell us what is disinformation or not?
Yeah.
I thought this came through very clearly. We're not to be trusted.
But in general, obviously, it still is.
But I think this is the question that we're trying to say, right? Like, you can't just show up and be like, oh, wow, disinformation is so new, it's so important, let us do our thing, right? Like, it's a terrible idea. We need ethical guidelines. We need watchdogs for the watchdogs. We need a serious field with, like, clear ethical standards and standards of rigor. And we need some processes for peer reviewing, even for non-scholarly work, right? So like in a normal field, you can't just show up and like make something up out of ethical guidelines that you thought about last night based on some principles of rigor that you just made up, you know, over drinks with friends, right? Like we need to sort of evolve this new misinformation field into something that's more structured and frankly more accountable for the people who operate within them. So definitely agree, do not trust us.
And partly because, not Graphica, but there are other organizations that are part of the disinformation industrial complex who are basically they do some analysis, they write a press release, they send to journalists to say, here's evidence of a coordinated campaign that was organized by Russia. And you're like, okay, can you give me access to the data lake? Can you tell me how you did that? No, we couldn't possibly. And what you have is a lot of really problematic journalism where they have no understanding of how to do the attribution correctly, and they don't understand how this research has been done in the first place. And so, to Camille's point, the only way that we can watch the Watchmen is by having transparent principles about how we understand and attribute these campaigns to certain state actors. And certainly, you know, we are both European but live in the US. You can spend time in US meetings as if the US has never itself been involved in any of these types of campaigns.
Yeah.
So like this is a really challenging, complex problem that requires a level of transparency from everybody to understand what's really happening.
All right, next question. I'll once again defer to Kevin.
Let's go. Excuse me.
Question coming up.
Hi, thank you so much for the panel. I have two questions. The first, you alluded to it now. We talk a lot about Russian misinformation, disinformation campaigns, and a lot less about the role that Western governments and states play in this. And I'd love to hear more about what's the research on this, how do we tackle this problem? Because it must exist as well. It would be naive to assume it isn't. And the second one, coming from like a data privacy security background, we're very concerned about the use of data in targeting of political advertisement, the use of data broker data. How do you see the relationship between this and misinformation, disinformation?
Do you want to tackle the state actors one?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's an official answer and there's the complex thing that goes with it. The official answer is the field of disinformation has agreed that state actors in general shouldn't be using deceptive methods in order to, interfere with democratic processes and do election interference. And in general, if you listen to the industry, so if you listen to the tech platforms, they would tell you that what really matters isn't really who's behind it, it's just the fact that governments are using these techniques. That's sort of like on the record, everyone agrees that no government should do that. Now, in reality, no Western government ever gets caught doing this type of activity, which is interesting because, of course, it goes to like, well, perhaps those are not being investigated, those are not being prioritized. That creates for me two questions. The first one is a policy question. The second one is an investigative question. On the investigative side, I don't know if there are enough people looking at the types of campaign that the US and France and the UK could be running that are using the same techniques. We know that some of these campaigns have been discussed. So for instance, known examples where government used fake profiles to target specific communities. We have some of those in counterterrorism, for instance. So it's not a taboo that people have been thinking about that. The other answer, besides the who's doing the forensics and taking this problem seriously, is a diplomatic answer, right? Similarly to we don't really have candidates saying here's what we don't do, we don't really have governments saying here's what we don't do. In cyberspace, there is something as norms, right? So you could totally see a government saying like, hey, by the way, we will not use covert social media campaign in order to interfere in the democratic processes of other geopolitical allies or enemies. That's not really a conversation we're hearing, so I'm kind of like, interested in seeing who are the first nations who are going to be saying this.
If you haven't watched Alex Gibney's documentary 0 Days, which is about US and Israel's hacking of Iran to basically take over a power station, what's so powerful about the documentary is that you see a kind of a computer-generated image of all of the NSA whistleblowers who basically said, I know that my country has to think about these sorts of things, but what concerns me is we have no playbook for this. And if we're doing it, what the hell is everybody else doing back to us? And so the reason I think the documentary is interesting is it's simply saying what we can do with technology is so powerful, and yet we haven't thought it through. And so we have these conversations at these kind of conferences about AI, but in this space, and it's not, we're not being naive, it's how the world works, but we're just not having those conversations.
I'm making a face because it's a 2-hour-long documentary about cyber warfare without a single fucking woman in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True story. Like Bellingcat joke. And the other question about micro-targeting. So I also want to say this because what I think is fascinating is, okay, the movie The Great Hack on Netflix, many of us have seen it. It's not necessarily the greatest film of all time, but you know what it did? It got released on the same day in 93 countries, and it did more to get more people aware of the challenges of data and what that meant around micro-targeting than anything else. And apparently it kind of like broke the Netflix algorithm. And Netflix was like, how do we get people to, what should they do now? Because they're all hungry to do something. And despite 3 years of convenings on this issue, we have nothing to give the public. We have nothing to say, this is what you should do. And so for me, to your question, if we're trying to get the mums of the world engaged, it is around data. It is around how that intersects with hate and disinformation and misinformation. But I don't think that we've got beyond talking on panels, which is why we should stop having these panels, and actually come up with a tool set to actually give or tools to people to say, this is what I should do when I suddenly learn about it and get angry. So I think data and disinformation are really closely connected. As ever in this space, they tend to be different panels at different conferences funded by different organizations, and we don't talk to each other. But really, for me, that's the sweet spot of how these two things should be working together.
Nice. Well, I think we'll do one more question, actually, yeah.
It is the last panel on disinfo.
Yes,
so
better be a good question.
One more
This is
question.
the last question of any disinformation panel.
Thank you. So I am running a workshop tomorrow, designing a policy lab on deepfakes, and it's at 2:00. And I'm wondering if you can get us started by putting some ideas out there, like how do you tackle a problem like deepfakes?
You go, then I'll go.
Okay, teach everyone how to deepfake. No, seriously. You'll see, it's easy. It's quite fun. It's not as bad as people think. It's kind of clunky, and just demystify it. That's my I feel like I've just said out loud a terrible idea.
It is true.
We'll see how that lands.
The best way to teach disinformation is to get people to come up with a disinformation campaign. So I do think you're onto something. Yeah. Firstly,
just don't put it on the internet.
Firstly, read all the stuff that Witness has done on this, because they've done an incredible job of, and they're working with activists globally around the deepfake conversation. Again, is very US focused, and so there tends to be a lot of white men in Silicon Valley talking about deepfakes. When actually, if you know, they've done great work in places like Brazil, who are like, this is what we're terrified about. We're already seeing some pretty problematic legislation around deepfakes because it's focused on the content. And if we focus on content, we're going to end up taking out stuff like satire and other spaces that I think we are not necessarily thinking about now. So that worries me. And so it should really be about behaviors. So whenever we're thinking about regulation in this space, we've really got to, like, how do we understand behaviors? And the thing is, that's hard, because to Camille's point, we focus on content because we can get access to that. It's very difficult to understand behaviors because we can't get access to the data that the platforms have, which would help us understand behaviors. But I would say around deepfakes, we need to be really careful. It's a very sexy topic. Everybody's wading in and saying, oh, that's something that we can easily regulate. But I don't think it's as easy as we think it is, and it's still very, very early days in terms of the technology. So my worry is that we regulate too early, but at the same time, we do have to recognize the fears, but just all about the porn, anything you can do about that, that'd be great, thanks.
All right, I think that's it for us. Thank you guys, Camille and Claire, for joining me today. Yeah. We can head out. Come back tomorrow. We have more panels and talks for you guys, and yeah, thanks. That was fantastic. That was fantastic. You guys get a hug.